am Rose Munoz, and at 4:35 on February 8th, I am calling to order this regular meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board. As it states on the agenda, due to the changes required in Assembly Bill 361, the public may now call in to the meeting in real time by raising their hand during each separate agenda item. Therefore, at this time, if there are members of the public who want to speak on an agenda item related only to closed session, please raise your hand now. Ms. Trujillo, are there any members of the public who wish to comment?
Good afternoon, President Munoz. We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. We will now adjourn to closed session and return to open session at 5:30 p.m. Thank you. I am Rose Munoz, and we have concluded closed session this evening. It is February 8th at 5:33, and I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board. And for information about interpretation of this meeting.
Thank you, Board President Munoz. Good evening. I will give this announcement regarding language interpretation in English and Spanish. Buenas tardes. Voy a dar este anuncio sobre la interpretación en inglés y en español. In order to provide language access, we will be providing simultaneous bidirectional interpretation in English and Spanish. If you are bilingual, you do not have to click anything. If you are not bilingual in English and Spanish, you will have to select your language in order to hear the interpretation. If you are using a laptop or a desktop, at the bottom right of your screen, you will see a globe icon that says interpretation. Please click on the globe now and select English. If you are using an iPad or a phone, locate the three-dot menu and select language interpretation. Then select English and click done. And when it's your turn to speak, please remember to be loud and clear and speak at a moderate pace. Thank you. We are also offering American Sign Language ASL interpretation for this meeting. If you will be using ASL interpretation, please use the Zoom app on your computer, tablet, or phone to join this meeting. If you joined this meeting through your web browser, you may not be able to see the ASL interpreter at all times. Esta reunión contará con interpretación simultánea bidireccional en inglés y en español. Si usted es bilingüe, no tiene que presionar nada. Si usted no es bilingüe, tendrá que elegir su idioma para escuchar la interpretación. Si está usando una computadora, verá un icono en la parte inferior de su pantalla a la derecha en forma de globo que dice Interpretación. Haga clic ahí ahora y seleccione Español. Si está usando un iPad o su teléfono, localice el menú de 3 puntos, haga clic en Interpretación de idiomas, elija Español y Finalizar. O si está en inglés, dice Done. Y cuando sea su turno de hablar, por favor recuerde hablar con voz fuerte y clara y a un paso moderado. Gracias. Are there any questions with regards to interpretation? If there are no questions, we may begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. And now, Dr. Maldonado, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Please stand and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do you want me to continue? Okay. I will now continue with my superintendent's report. Thank you, Board President Munoz. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and public members. For tonight's superintendent report, I would like to once again begin by highlighting our amazing principals. Today, we have Principal Jen Foster from La Colina Junior High School. In my recent visit to La Colina, I heard from so many teachers and staff about their appreciation for her leadership before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and as we close out this pandemic. And I'm so grateful to have such an amazing principal as part of our staff. So with that, I'm turning it over to Principal Foster. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Board President Munoz, board members, Superintendent Maldonado, cabinet members, and members of the community. I'm Jennifer Foster, the proud principal at La Colina Junior High School. I appreciate this opportunity, or any opportunity I have, to always talk about La Colina. And tonight I'm going to be sharing a little more about the 3 C's of La Colina. Next slide, please. So any conversation about La Colina and our foundation has to begin with culture. A fun fact about La Colina, I am only the 4th principal at La Colina since 1959. So there's a picture here on this slide with 2 of our former principals, David Ortiz and Bob Bowen, 2 mentors and great contributors to the strong culture at La Colina. This continuity of leadership has allowed La Colina to develop core values that withstand the test of time and challenging circumstances, such as those we have been experiencing with the pandemic. Just to highlight a few of those things: commitment. We have a shared commitment to the success of our students, to our families, and to each other as colleagues. We're accountable to our students and to each other. At La Colina, we work as a team and invest resources in developing and taking care of our team. We have a strong system of shared leadership and teacher leadership. And this is evidenced most recently in our work with our bell schedule design and our positive behavior system that we have just newly implemented. And of course, celebration. We enjoy and regularly celebrate students and staff for both personal and professional accomplishments. So these values really guide us in all we do. And I think we've found that even in these challenging times, we really go back to those things, and they really are a strength for all of us, especially when we have challenging times. Next slide, please. Our next C is coherence. Our teachers and staff really work well together in their professional learning communities to develop a high-quality academic program and social emotional supports for all of our students across the subject areas. You'll notice if you walk into a classroom at La Colina, you might see 3 different teachers in science, and you'll really see them implementing the same lessons and delivering the same high-quality instruction for all of their classes. Our teachers regularly engage in cycles of inquiry, and we're always looking to improve our practices and evaluate our work. This year, we're really focusing on multi-tiered systems of support. You can see that evidence in projects like the rejuvenation of the La Colina Garden, which has been really exciting for our whole school community, as well as the positive behavior intervention and support system for students. Last week, we proudly honored our Students of the Month and Rising Stars for January, in addition to recognizing students and classes for being engaged, positive members of our school community. Next slide, please. Our 3rd C is community. We are so fortunate to have the support of an outstanding PTSA, Parent Teacher Student Association. They support our community through projects such as purchasing picnic tables for the quad area, so students have a nice place to eat lunch together, providing teacher lunches during minimum days, and providing teachers with classroom supplies. Our student-led ASB plans fun dress-up days and activities to build community on campus. Our vibrant instrumental and vocal music program engages a wide variety of students. Please be sure to come see our spring musical, Bye Bye Birdie, this March. And our band, you can see pretty much a lot of mornings if you stop by the front of the school, as they have been playing under what we affectionately call the band tree since school was closed during the pandemic. And that has really become a really fun La Colina experience. We are also really looking forward to bringing back our Walk Through the Middle Ages. Again, a more than 20-year tradition at La Colina, where all of our 7th graders in their social studies class present mini lessons to grandparents, community members, and local elementary students. Next slide, please. These are just a few of the many wonderful things going on at La Colina. Of course, I could go on and on. I want to thank our students, families, and staff for their collaboration and support in continuing this strong tradition of excellence that we have at La Colina. Really, they are the heart and soul of our school, and I'm so thankful to be the leader. And I want to thank all of you again for the opportunity to share more about La Colina tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Foster. We really appreciate your very clear, concise presentation and sharing your community and what is happening. And I will say, I don't know if you can see me, but I will give you a Lion's Heart Award next time I see you, because I know this is something that you guys do at La Colina, which I absolutely love. So you get a Lion's Heart Award tonight. Next, board members, I want to send out a special shout out to our counselors. In tonight's board meeting, you will be asked to pass a resolution recognizing the work that they do to ensure our students are prepared for college and careers. Our secondary counselors are busy completing multi-year academic plans for every student. And in recent years, they have played an essential role in increasing our students' rates of college and career readiness over 10 percentage points in 3 years. I believe we have a slide to show their names. I'm not sure if my staff has that ready. And you'll see in a second or so the names of all our counselors at Santa Barbara Unified. While we get those up on the screen, you'll hear a little bit more from Steve Vance tonight about the governor's new mask mandate. I want to remind everyone that it is currently not applicable to school sites, and I will continue to wait for additional information and share it with everyone as soon as it becomes available. Here are the names of all our amazing counselors for National School Counseling Week, and I hope you'll all join me in thanking them. I know for me as a student, having amazing counselors helped me to get to where I am today. We also have the We Care campaign going on. I want to thank the Santa Barbara Education Foundation, Rebecca Benozer, and Alejandra Gutierrez for putting together this campaign, if you go to the next slide, to recognize the incredible work of all our employees. For those that don't know this campaign, it provides a $25 personalized gift for everyone in our school district. I've never heard or seen anyone take on a caring project such as this, and I'm grateful to them for this campaign. And yes, you can ask for anything you want in that amount. And it is such a great thing to see across the board, and I want to thank them for bringing this to us at our school district. Lastly, in recognition of Black History Month, I'd like to thank vocal music director Courtney Anderson, along with the Dos Pueblos High School Jazz Choir, for bringing you tonight's performance. With that, I'm going to ask Ms. Trujillo to cue them on.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let a rejoicing rise against the listening sky.
Thank you so much. If we can bring that last slide down. Board President Munoz, board members, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, and thank you, DP Jazz Choir. It's amazing and beautiful. Now we will go to board comments. Ms. Sims-Moten, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, DP Jazz Choir. I think you saw me stand up. That is a national anthem. It is a Negro national anthem when you're not even historically not been recognized as a citizen. So we had a songwriter who wrote that in terms of that's the national anthem. But it's not only for Black Americans, but it's for everybody in terms of we shall live on, until victory is won. And we can't do that until all of us do so. So anytime that you hear that, you should make it part of your psyche to stand up and salute it just if it was the national anthem for the United States. Now, of course, it is part of the United States. I spoke at the Black History Month resolution presentation at the county. And one of the things I was just saying that the U.S. means, grammatically, you English teachers hold your ears. It means us all, USA, us all, in terms of that. And just reminding ourselves how important the things that we are learning here. And so, yeah, I'm just really thrilled to see that was a beautiful rendition of that. So thank you very much for that piece. And I was so excited to hear the principal presentation, very enthusiastic. It's almost if you're there at the campus, and we were on the campus looking at some, campus safety as part of our interviews, and we kept, where is this music is coming from? This was like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and so this was good. You heard the band playing and just could see the energy that was on the campus as the students were checking in, and so I just want to appreciate that and to acknowledge that. And I know later on in there, when we have coming events, there's a list of activities that are going on throughout the month of Black History. I'll give you that once I figure it out here. I'll give you the website to go on there. There's going to be a lot of great, some are virtual, some are in person that we can certainly partake in with regards to Black History Month. And I know that's one, so I'm assuming that we're going to be doing activities such as the song that's today throughout the whole month in some of the classes and activities. So it'd be good to see that and acknowledge that. So again, thank you so much.
Certainly. Thank you very much. Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you to Principal Foster. Thank you to Dos Pueblos High School Jazz performance. What a beautiful opening, and what a beautiful reminder of why we're here. It's all about the kids, and that's why we do the work that we do. And also a big thank you to the partnership that we have with the PTSAs all over the district. It's such a wonderful partnership. We couldn't do what we do without their support, so thank you very much. And like Board Member Sims-Moten mentioned, we've been visiting the school sites in our tours, and it's been just absolutely refreshing to see the students there, to see the staff members engaged, and to see kids that are happy. The joy of learning is there, and that's very rewarding. So thank you to everyone who makes that possible.
Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. What an important and beautiful performance, and also comments from Ms. Sims-Moten, so thank you. Since the last board meeting, I attended the open house for our district alternative programs. It was hosted by Principal Sonia Amaral and her team, and it was so comprehensive and interesting and reflected just a tremendous amount of care for the students, for the families, and for their educational experiences. I also want to let everyone know that the Maritime Museum, my favorite museum here in town, is planning a huge whale exhibit this spring. And this exhibit also includes student artwork. So I want to invite anyone who's interested in submitting artwork from children on whales to either contact me or the museum. It's really going to be fantastic. Also, since the last meeting, I attended the County Committee on Redistricting meeting that was held. Orchid School District and Goleta Union were being considered for their trustee area maps. And the process was really interesting, super helpful to me. And the committee approved the choices submitted by both of those boards. Finally, I was really happy to see that the board agenda for today includes Frederick Douglass Day on February 14th. Frederick Douglass, who was born a slave, did not know his birthday, so he chose February 14th. He's a tremendous, great inspiration to me, and his work as a courageous and eloquent abolitionist, orator, writer, newspaper publisher, and author of numerous books and essays are amazing. He's the only African American who attended the first Women's Rights Convention in 1848 and the first Black citizen to hold high office in government. And 3 quotes that I love are, "Once you learn to read, you will be forever free. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And if there is no struggle, there is no progress." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ford. Good reminder of what's important in history. Thank you so much. Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, you're next.
Sorry. Hello, me. I don't really have a prepared comment for today, and just looking forward to, the things that we're going to address in our agenda today. Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, so over the week I had a meeting with the California Student Board Member Association, which is a group of 30 student board members from across the state, where we discussed California's new math framework, and that will be presented at the California State Board, is being presented at the California State Board, and we spoke with experts on both sides and had differing opinions on the framework. I also got a chance to catch up with how other student board members are running their social medias, which brings me to the student board member social media that we started at the last meeting. I've been meeting with students from the student board member / superintendent advisory committee, and most of our meeting was dedicated to what these students want to see in the social media and the visions I had for it. So we're still working with that, and hopefully we'll be consistently posting by next week. So that's my update for now. I'll have more to address at the mental health report.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. At this time, we can go ahead and go to the COVID-19 report with Susan Klein. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Certainly, we will now move to public comments on non-agenda items. And just a reminder that these comments are for items that are not on the agenda this evening. Each speaker is allotted 90 seconds each. Please remember the new protocol and raise your hand on Zoom to be recognized. Ms. Trujillo, do we have any public comments addressing items that are not on the agenda?
Thank you, President Munoz. We do have public comment on this item. I will begin with Brian. If you can please state your full name. Brian, if you can please unmute yourself. Okay, we are having difficulty with the speaker. I will go to the next and come back. Next speaker is Sandra Cushion.
Hi all. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado, board members, Santa Barbara community members. My name is Sandra Cushion. I'm here again representing CalPERC, the member-based advocacy organization. And I'm here today to give an update on our statewide effort to secure more funding for electric school buses, which, as you all know, are better for the environment and the air our kids breathe. And I've already talked with some of you about this issue, so thank you for your support. Now, the next step to ensure our kids have a clean and green ride to school is to make sure that the state legislature approves Governor Newsom's $1.5 billion proposal for school transportation programs. If approved, this historic investment would be available to Santa Barbara and could fund thousands of additional electric school buses here and across the state. To do that, CalPERG is circulating a letter of support for this funding with signatures from school board officials across the state. And I'm asking you all tonight to add your names as well. I sent this letter to you all today via email, but I'd be happy to follow up. And thank you all for your time and commitment to Santa Barbara and our children. And I hope you all can sign on to support this important investment in our children's health and climate.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roseanne Crawford.
Roseanne Crawford, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Many people have noticed the mismanagement of this district. People spend hours waiting to make comments to this board, and you're only given 90 seconds. Please restore the 3-minute clock. Don't cut us off. Don't shut us out. Another suggestion is that your board and superintendent schedule an in-service on the Brown Act and Roberts Rules of Order to avoid awkward moments and potential lawsuits. There are numerous conflicts of interest with your legal counsel that include objectivity with, as well as something different. Our superintendent lives in Los Angeles. So we now have a new $200,000 a year position primarily created because of COVID and the need for departments to communicate. Is there committed COVID funding coming from the state or federal funding supporting this position, part of it, or is this all on the district's budget? No outreach has been done for this that I've seen. A former employee of the Los Angeles School District just moved up the ranks. And how did this happen? Was this discussed with this board as any part of an open meeting? This seems very top heavy and an overreach by this administration. I question the need. We have full support of the Santa Barbara County Health Department. A good superintendent keeps close contact with her departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian. You can please state your full name. You can please unmute yourself. Right, maybe you can log off and log back on. I will go to the next speaker, Zachary Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Zachary Lotz. I teach science at Santa Barbara High School. So one system we have in this district that works well is the tech tickets in ETS. If you work in this district, you know if you submit a tech problem, you get an email back saying your ticket was received. It's rated by priority, like how quickly they're going to respond to it. And then if you're assigned to a person and they respond to your issue, and then you can give them feedback about their support. I really wish the system for work orders or facilities worked as well as the ETS tech ticket system. The work order system in this district is deeply flawed, and I would even say broken. I don't exactly know how, but I've got a door handle on my classroom door that's loose that I put in a work order for literally years ago. I've got a hole in the back wall. I've got a window that's boarded up, and these guys will come out and write down on a clipboard, oh yeah, it's broken, and it goes into a system. And then I'm utterly clueless as to what the status of my work orders is and when, if at all, they're ever going to get fixed. And I don't know where the flaw is in the system, but from my end as a user of the system, it is not working well. So I just felt compelled to call in and say that publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sheridan Rosenberg.
Thank you. Good evening. Two things. I want to reflect on the woman who mentioned raising funds for electric buses because we care about the air our children breathe, which is irrelevant because they're wearing masks. All over the state, the mask mandates are being lifted. when are they going to be lifted for Santa Barbara Unified? It's really abusive and it's egregious and it's unnecessary. And I would say let's start tonight by lifting the mask mandate for these kids. I want to also echo what Zachary said about the facilities. My daughter did a little photojournalism project and I created 14 Williams complaints, which I submitted in person a couple years ago to Kate Ford. And she, we were both just so completely appalled at the condition of the facilities, which were filthy. And I mean, it was just years of flagrant neglect because there really wasn't a process where things were getting fixed and cleaned. And I think that should be a priority for all of you to remedy this. And the other thing that I want to mention is just echo what Roseanne said about, the $200,000 salary for someone coming out of LA Unified into Santa Barbara. That should have been recruited from the community, not from Los Angeles. And the optics of it are terrible.
Right. Next speaker is Justin Shores.
Thank you. I just want to comment on the board's governance, and I think it's really, I've been watching board meetings for 2 years now. I'm a community member, I'm a father. I think some of the comments against me are that I took my son out early, which I did, but I feel like this is important. I feel like for the community, I think we all need to be involved in the culture in this part, because you guys are teaching our kids and our future. So I think it's important for us all to be involved here. It seems like the board has a way of governance that is ignoring the parents. We've had thousands of people asking for things. We've had petitions, we've had emails, and they always get ignored. But then you bring in FLA when you want your views amplified, and you have FLA, parrot stuff for you, I guess, or cheerlead for you. So we've seen it with Teen Talk, we've seen it with redistricting. It's very obvious. And I did a PRA request for Laura Caps's text because last week I mentioned some corruption and she was texting away. But they said that nothing she had texted last meeting was anything to do with business. So she was texting the whole day. I'm guessing that she's just not even paying attention to the meeting. She's texting her friends or her family. So this is serious. I mean, she's trying to go for supervisor, and it's pretty bad that she doesn't even pay attention to the board she's on. She's done a horrible job. So interesting.
Right. President Munoz, this concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Trujillo. At this time, we will go to the COVID-19 report. Mr. Venz.
Good evening, President Munoz, Superintendent Maldonado, and board members. All right, so tonight's COVID report. Next slide, please. We'll start off by taking a look at the case rate. As you could see from the data I reported at our last board meeting, that data was taken on the 16th. Our case was at, the case rate for 100,000 people, it was at 228, basically 229. And the case rate on the 29th was actually 127, rounding it off. Next slide. As you can see, that this is from the very beginning of the pandemic. So it starts in March all the way to where we are now, and you see the trend as Omicron has shot up quickly and has gone down quickly. The latest, actually, today I was on the site for public health and I saw that the case rate, so that case rate, the 126.5 was on January 29th. The data on February 2nd is 6 days later is at 86.46. So you could see it's drastically going down. Next slide, please. The vaccination rate within the county, 5 to 11-year-olds, it's increased by 2%, so that's at 30%. The case or the vaccination rate for 12 through 15-year-olds, that's at 70%, and that's the same. And the vaccination rate for 16 through 29-year-olds, that increased by 2% as well, so that's 73%. So one of the things that we're taking note is that many of the parents are hesitant to vaccinate some of our younger students, so which makes it understandable. And at the same time, we want to continue to be safe and respect what they would like to do with their children, of course. So just wanted to let everyone be aware of that. Next slide. So last week and this week, we continue our testing protocols. We did not change because the case rates were still at a level that was still high, but it was coming down. So what we ended up doing for both last week and this week, we're doing re-entry testing, which is, just to remind you, those who have tested positive for COVID, and on day 5, they could take a test, and if they're negative, they can return on day 6. And that's this, and if they're positive, they could test on day 6 and come back day 7 and so on. If they test positive all the way to day 10, on day 11, they can just show up. They don't have to test anymore. Day 11, they can return to campus. So just to let you know. And we're keeping track of the re-entry testing as well as the tests for new positive cases. So we can keep track of both, which is crucial as we track this. The second data that you should be aware of is that we're doing randomized testing. We're doing 20%, we're still doing 20% of our student population. The group close contact tracing, you'll see that occurring within elementary schools. So we know many of the elementary schools will have a case in a classroom, and then a few days later, they'll test the class. At high schools, to manage this, they're mostly doing randomized testing with the students. And 2 other areas would just be students and staff who are symptomatic and who want to be tested. We're testing all who come to us, as well as athletics and extracurricular activity, including arts performances and so on. Next slide. So as you see at the top is the latest data. So we go down to January 14th through the 20th. That shows you how many students and staff were positive. And if you work your way back up to the top, you'll notice by each week it's going down and how significantly it's going down in terms of the case rate. Still 134 students, that's high, but we're also seeing the trend with this week, it's still going down with less students testing positive and staff. Next slide. So when do we eliminate masks? So just as a quick reminder to everyone, Public Health has stated once we get to 7 cases per 100,000, that's when we actually eliminate masks. And at the same time, Governor Newsom is lifting the state mask indoor mandate on February 16th. Just to be clear, we receive our guidance from California Department of Public Health, which means that we keep masking in schools at this time. Second thing that's a key point is that with our staff, we receive guidance from Cal OSHA. And Cal OSHA, again, is still saying we keep our masks in place indoors. So those are the two agencies we're using to help guide and follow those protocols. So a couple of other things to just remind you about is that we're, again, very excited. We have 3 clinics with Santa Barbara County Department of Public Health. So we're partnered with them and we're doing these 3 clinics, as you could see at Roosevelt this Wednesday, tomorrow, and we're at Washington, and then as you could see on a Saturday at Santa Barbara Junior High School. So come on out, get vaccinated, get boosted, whatever you have, Moderna, Pfizer, they have it all, as they say. So we're really encouraged by the turnout that we've had so far, and we're looking forward to having more participate. So, and that's my report for today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vance. And Ms. Trujillo, do we have any public comments on this item?
President Munoz, we do have public comment. I will start with Justin Shores.
Thank you very much. I do want to call out again for the last year we've been calling for it. Please end the mask mandate. If you aren't in control of it, you need to be pleading for it. You need to be begging for it to end. Give the parents choice, at least. You know, there's parents that are going to send their kids in masks, but there's other parents who want their kids to learn. They want their kids to see facial expressions. They want their kids to have that ability to breathe freely, especially when they're healthy, when they're not sick. This is very important. Children are more affected by the COVID restrictions than anyone else. We cannot sacrifice our children anymore. We need to stop it. They're the future, and they're not resilient. Okay, you got to stop thinking like that. Think of these children as you're putting masks on them, as you're watching them every day with masks and the lowered scores every day as their scores drop, as they go back in social skills because they're not even interacting anymore. They're able to hide behind this mask. As this stuff happens, as their mental health drops, just remember that you're causing it. So you need to talk to the people who are in charge. If you're not in charge, who is? Stop this madness. There's only 5 states that are doing this still. And you are it. You're part of it. So we need to end it. There's plenty of treatments. It's COVID.
Time. Next speaker is Marissa Ortiz.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Marissa Ortiz. I'm like a senior at Dos Pueblos High School, and I just wanted to come on because I know there's been like a lot of talk regarding like the mask mandates and everything, and I have played like varsity golf for like 4 years now, and I'm just like really, I don't know, I do a lot at school, and the mask mandate has like not really been an issue for me or for a lot of the people I know. And it actually makes me feel probably more safe just knowing that it is currently required. But yeah, so I just wanted to come on and say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Natalie. If you can please state your full name.
Hi, I would like to just say that it's interesting that we've now unfortunately trained our children to think that masks are safe and that they need them. This is sick and you're a part of it. And just like Justin said, you are causing psychological damage. Listen to that poor girl. Her voice was shaking from Dos Pueblos, but she doesn't know any better because we've told them that if you wear a mask, you're safe. It's bull.
Excuse me, ma'am. The public comment needs to be, expression that you're making and not referring to other speakers. Thank you. You may proceed.
President Munoz, she logged off. I'm going to continue. The next speaker is Roseanne Crawford. Roseanne Crawford.
Thank you. Here I am. Thank you for unmuting me. I believe it's the end of next week. The governor is removing the mask mandate for indoors, which is like, wow, are you kidding me? Now, I can understand why you'd be afraid to do that in the classrooms, but what about something that makes sense and will make people happy instead of hurting people? What about I would like to see that during recess and PE, I'm talking about outside time, that you give these students a healthy break from these masks, not only physically to breathe in that air, but to see each other's faces. Please use logic and science and stop using fear to control people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Natalie is back online, so I'm going to give her time, which she had a minute left. To continue.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know, I didn't log off, so that must have been on your end. I'm not sure what happened. But anyhow, I agree with everyone talking about let's get rid of these masks. Let's figure something out. These children are suffering. They have awful acne. They're getting rashes. They aren't reading. The emotional scars that are being caused. And Kate mentioned the gentleman Fredrickson, I think, who she really, looks up to because of literacy in schools. These children are not learning to read because they can't see their teachers' mouths. And this is just causing so many long-term issues. Please remove these masks. I know you listen to California Health Department, but do something for these kids, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pedro Hernandez. Pedro Hernandez, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. I want to open up with a quote. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I want to open up with a quote by Benjamin Franklin. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Now, I want to ask the board a couple things. You keep pushing on these vaccines. I don't know why. I wonder if you can tell me the next time you get together, tell me about the surveillance, the COVID-19 vaccine surveillance report in the UK. It's week 42, page 23, where it says that people who have had at least two doses of that vaccine, their immune system is basically destroyed. So please just next time, try to explain that to people. And why would the BBC come up with a video that says that the vaccine has HIV in it? If you can explain to people the next time, that would be very nice. Because that information is out there. And people need to know about that so that they can make their own decision. Not based on fear, but based on science. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheridan Rosenberg.
Once again, I'm going to harp on the masks like everyone else. It's terrible for the kids. We all know it's terrible for the kids. And we know that the governor's about to lift it. And I also notice what's coming up on the agenda is wanting to renew the state of emergency, which keeps these board meetings being remote, where parents and the community are not allowed to come in person. And you're limiting the time from 3 minutes to a minute and a half. And you can certainly skirt some of the Brown Act laws. So I think that the community is really fed up. Parents are fed up. It's terrible for their children. It's time for someone, at least one person on the board, to at least respond to this. It's not against the Brown Act to respond to these requests, or at least talk about what is your plan? What is your goal for getting rid of masks for kids? You know, can you at least talk about, give us a timeline? I know parents are sort of desperately trying to pull their kids out of school because they feel as if it's never going to end. You know, it's like Groundhog's Day every day. And it's abusive. It's really terrible for kids. So I'd like to see you at least come up with a timeline for all of us and a plan, not just when we get to so many cases. We can all walk into a restaurant and sit down at a table and take our masks off. Why can't kids walk into a classroom with their masks on, and once they sit down at their desk, take their masks off, just like in a restaurant? It's irrational and it's inconsistent.
Time. Next speaker is Finnegan Wright.
Hello, my name is Finnegan Wright. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Awesome. My name is Finnegan Wright. I'm a sophomore at Dos Pueblos High School. I want to come on here and actually sort of just broadly comment. From all of my experience, like personal experience and experience with friends and acquaintances at school, none of us have problems wearing masks. It's not like we're suffocating ourselves. They're just like pieces of fabric that protect us from the virus. And generally every like a well-acclaimed health organization has confirmed that they are good for preventing spread of COVID-19. And so I guess after I've been listening to these board meetings for a few weeks, and just as a broad reference to the public comments, I'd really appreciate it if adults stop coming on and advocating for things that would endanger the lives of students. I think that's not a great thing to happen.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Oh, yes. If you could, express yourself, your own perspective, but not refer to other speakers. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. My bad. Yeah. I think it's just it's really great to maintain the mask mandates for the foreseeable future until this virus has dissipated, because from all organizations that are reputable, it is clear that masks are good for preventing spread of COVID-19, which is a virus that can kill people or can cause long-term effects that we don't want students or anyone else really to be suffering from. So I think in general, I just actually want to just put out appreciation to the school board for maintaining these mask mandates and protecting the student body. So thank you.
thank you. Next speaker is Judah Neeson.
Hi. I'm Judah Neeson, and I'm a sophomore at Dos Pueblos. I called in for the last meeting saying that I support all the mask and vaccine mandates that the school has put forward, and I'm steadfast in that belief and want to once again thank the district for your continued efforts in protecting the community and placing the safety of all of us first. Last meeting after I called in, I was called brainwashed and told that I wasn't critically thinking, and I can assure you that I'm not brainwashed, and I do critically think. All of the evidence that is peer-reviewed and credible points towards masks and vaccines being safe and effective, and no one I've met has shown any discomfort in wearing masks, period. So thank you once again for your continued efforts, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eris Ivanova.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my name is Eris Ivanova. I'm a senior at Dos Pueblos High School, and I would like to commend the district for their COVID response. Masks and vaccines are safe and effective, and the majority of my school's student body is in support of mask mandates. And mask mandates allow us to reap the benefits of in-person schooling while also minimizing the risk that we'll contract COVID and pass it on to our loved ones. I also generally take issue with the whole think of the children framing to this discussion, because I think we should also think about immunocompromised people and older people and people with pre-existing conditions and the people who are still living with chronic illness today because they contracted COVID and developed long COVID. Like, we should also take their issues into consideration. So basically, yeah, I just want to come here and say I support masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Claire Schneider.
Hi, my name is Claire Schneider, and I am a senior at Dos Pueblos High School. I would like to reiterate some of the comments that I believe that masks are effective and safe and helpful for our student body. The CDC says masks are intended to reduce the emission of virus-laden droplets by the wearer. And also that this aligns with many tests, lab tests, and studies showing that surgical masks actually have better filtration than cloth masks. However, cloth masks do also reduce the overall likelihood of experiencing symptoms of respiratory illness during. So any type of mask right now is effective, and I think I want to thank the board for continuing mask mandates within schools, because it definitely keeps myself and my peers more safe at school. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christy Losana.
I'm all for advocating for kids to come and speak at board meetings. I think it's great to teach kids to advocate. What I do have an issue with is scripting them and not developing their own opinion. And these kids can have an opinion. It's great. But the problem is there's not a balance. There's teachers that are hosting these kids, DP Left, FLA, these different groups. And there's no groups on the other side. There's no groups supporting, there's no teachers supporting the kids who feel the opposite. And there's plenty of kids that feel the opposite. So, as far as having kids call in, I mean, it's a good thing for them to practice their civil responsibility, but really you should be developing their opinions and not putting a script in their mouth. And that's the problem. And that's the issue, is putting a script. They don't even understand what they're saying sometimes. Yet they're repeating something. And so that's not our job as teachers. That's not being a good teacher. A good teacher helps them develop their own opinion, and then they speak from what's in their own heart, not what their, people that are in charge of them want them to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Munoz, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Okay, at this time, we will, go to the board member comments on the COVID report. Mr.
I have a few comments and a question. I guess I'll go with the question first. What is our status of an outdoor mask mandate? Is that still present, and what does that look like moving forward?
As we're actually looking at the cases going down, we're going to be thinking through the mask mandate for outside, as well as how we test. So that's.
We made sorry, I'm going to jump in, Mr.
Oh, go ahead.
Reyes.
Yeah.
The outdoor mask making is optional.
Yeah.
We put it in place for that. Sorry. We're like tag teaming here. We put it in place for that 1 week when we tested everyone, which is the second week of school. And then right after that testing, we took it down and made it optional. And individual schools are working in their schools, principals are working on their school sites for how they implement that.
Thank you. I'd also like to comment. I thought it was interesting, the public comments of people who are actually experiencing what we are doing with our COVID protocols in school versus the adults that are not in schools and commenting on behalf of the students. I thought that was interesting, an interesting parallel, just an observation. As well as, I don't think it's fair to assume that students are being fed information and reading scripts that are produced by adults. I think we all know that students are speaking for themselves, and the people that are coming to these meetings to speak on their own experiences are authentic and not reading off scripts or being controlled by adults. That's what I'd like to say, and I can only echo what my fellow students have said.
Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. So I wanted to clarify about the outdoor mask mandate too, and that it was optional now. And also I want to clarify that we do not have a student vaccination mandate, right? Vaccinations are optional for students, correct?
That is definitely the case.
Thank you.
Yes.
I also would love for you to just, or maybe Dr. Maldonado, review the chain of command, so to speak, from the state down as to what would happen for a cessation of the mask mandate. I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand there are a number of steps that are in place. It doesn't all land right on our laps.
That is correct, and I want to emphasize that there's two different sets of rules when we're talking about students and employees of the district. So there are two different agencies. For our students, when classrooms, we're looking at guidance from the California Public Health Department, which then goes down to the county Public Health Department and then to the school sites. For the staff mandates around masks and vaccines, testing and such, we look towards guidance from Cal OSHA that then comes directly to the county and to us as well, directly from there. So it's two different sets of guidance agencies for staff and or students.
Thanks. To me, this is the reason that we have the cessation of the mask mandate indoors for the general public next week, but it's a much more complicated process with two separate entities that would address the issue around schools. So I understand why it will take a little bit more time to make this happen for schools. Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez?
First of all, thank you for the report, and I'm really happy to see that our cases are going down as it was expected. The other comment I want to make also is last week I had the opportunity to be at two different schools during the testing time, which was a coincidence. And what I saw was a lot of collaboration. I saw the students actually walk up. They knew exactly what to do. They were pleased. They were collaborative. There wasn't any sign of fear or anything else. So I was really pleased to see that it's working well. And in addition to that, I also want to make the comment that as a school district, we have the playbook, the K through 12 playbook, that is basically authored by the California Department of Public Health. And we have to follow those rules. In addition to that, we also have our COVID safety protocol plan. And that plan includes specifically what we have to do as a public school district. And it doesn't mean at all what's happening out in the community, which the headline in the news is going to say, oh, no more indoor masks. And that could give the wrong impression that will apply to us as well. But it doesn't until we hear differently for the K through 12 public schools from the California Department of Public Health. So I really appreciate Dr. Baldonado, you clarifying that as well. So thank you.
Ms. Sims-Moton?
Yes, thank you, and I echo the comments. I just want additional, so it's good to see those rates falling and getting where we have to go. And we all must admit, it's been a long and windy road to get here, but we have to continue to stay the course. So that in the end, we reach our goal of staying in school, and we're able to, at some point, reduce the mask. We're trying to make sure that we get there and do those things and stay there until we're able to get there clearly and not have to go back to it in terms of that. So, and I also understand, too, as Ms. Alvarez has said, it's confusing. When you hear general public, a headline, then you think that's automatically what we need to do and what we can do. So it's important that we can continue to communicate the differences between general public and what the requirements of the school have to do in order to get where we need to get. But I just appreciate the report. To appreciate all those who are involved in the work and the vaccinations and keeping us safe in schools. And I seen, as we were sitting on a couple sites, the kids, when they come in, they are ready with their phones. I'm ready to go, crisis, go, we're moving. So they're there, they're involved in it, and they want to be at school, and they're following whatever the rules they need to do in order to do so. So I want to acknowledge their engagement in this whole process.
Yes, Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, just another comment. Moving forward, I know a lot of board members have mentioned how it's more complicated with the school system. And I know a lot of what is presented on these COVID reports are the physical implications of a mask, what it looks like on preventing people from getting sick. But moving forward, I think, especially for me, when deciding to lift masks at a elementary level, I want to understand how this affects students emotionally and socially. I know it's important when you're learning to read, what does it look like to say certain words? And when we're evaluating that against physical health, I don't know, I think it would be nice to get, if there's any data or information regarding how masks are affecting how we're developing socially and emotionally, because I know we're getting a lot of input from high school students and it's not a big deal to them at all, but I would like to know a little more information on how it's affecting people developmentally so we can make an accurate decision.
We will definitely look into that and bring any research or information regarding that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kelly. I really appreciate your comments and your question. I'm also interested in that in terms of development and such. I'm hearing impaired, and so it does take, it takes its toll in terms of trying to figure out what someone's saying, I'm sorry. And you could ask, my fellow board members, which I'm like looking at them intently. And so, of course, with any, like with anything else, day to day, how that affects our children's learning would be interesting to me. And I also certainly, I appreciate the thought that is going in terms of our board, the thought process in terms of we want to do what's best for our students and then also be aware of the legalities involved. What is allowed by California Public Health, that's always changing. And I appreciate everyone's efforts to keeping up so much with California Public Health for our students' safety and Cal OSHA for our employees and their safety also. It's very complex and an ongoing process. And in addition to that, I really appreciate Mr. Kelly bringing up the student voices and how important that is and how that really drives us. We want COVID out and students in school. It's been 2 years and it's taken its toll. There's many things that have happened, and I'm thankful that we have students in school. And I think that how are we not going to hear the student voices? They're here in the evening, and they're not scripted. If they want to make comments that are positive, that are negatives, neutral and so forth, we have the time and and the interest in that. That's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will move on to the consent agenda to approve the items that are considered routine and not likely to require any discussion. Dr. Maldonado and her staff have recommended that the board approves all the consent agenda items. The board has also had an opportunity to consider and ask questions about these items before tonight. First, I'd like to know if there are any public comments on consent agenda items. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments?
Thank you, President Munoz. We do have public comment. We'll begin with Sheridan Rosenberg.
Yes, I noticed that on the consent agenda is the recognizing of a state of emergency and authorizing these remote meetings. And I'm wondering why you continue to renew that. San Ynez is a perfect example of a district that's right over the hill. They've been in person forever for school board meetings. And actually we have that remote room. We'd like to come back in person. And I think that keeping this state of emergency is just really an excuse not to face people who want to come in person and be heard. And it's very discriminatory. It's really inappropriate. And at this point, it's just gone on too long. And I think that should be pulled from the agenda, item 2. And we should go back to in-person and restore the clock to 3 minutes. It's definitely, infringing on everyone's access. When you talk about equity and accessibility, there's no reason to continue to hide out as remote only. And I think moving forward, when this pandemic lifts and we go back to normal, and we will go back to normal, that we should continue to have remote access for people through Zoom, which has really opened up a whole world of, people who normally couldn't come in person, but you should have both. And accessibility and equity is key to this, and you're not abiding by that philosophy or what you claim to want.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eris Ivanova.
Hi, as I said, I'm Eris Ivanova. I'm a senior at Dos Pueblos, and I just wanted to thank the board for backing the students up here and saying, hey, the things that we're saying, we can think we're high schoolers. It's not a script that's being handed to us. And we just wanted to be here so that we could have our voices heard as well in these meetings, because participation in local government is
Ms.
very
Ivanova,
important.
this is public comment on consent agenda items only.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian. Brian, if you can please state your full name.
Evening, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So I'm trying to remember where we're at on the agenda. I tried raising my hand the last time around, but on page 12 of the FDA public disclosure regarding vaccines, it states that there is an increased risk of myocarditis and pericarditis for males under the age of 40.
Sir,
Oh, is this the
excuse
wrong
me?
time?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Just a reminder that the public comments need to respond to the item that we're on, and it was on we're on non-consent agenda items.
Oh, no problem. Then I'll just raise my hand later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Munoz. That concludes public comment on consent agenda items.
Board members, are there any, before we go to make a motion, are there any concerns regarding the consent agenda items? Oh, Ms. Sims Moten?
Yes, I need to, item 8, pull it from, I need to recuse myself as the first 5. Leader of the first 5, so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alvarez?
I also need to recuse myself from item number 13.
Ms. Ford?
Thank you. I'm not sure to whom I should address this question, but on number 3, these are the ratification of contracts and memos of understanding. I'm just wondering, I noticed that for Encore Theatrical, NY2, Master Teacher, Cal State Northridge, and the Peak Nursing Fellowship, these were all submitted to us months ago. So I wonder what's in the process that holds things up and stops the board from approving some of these in a timely manner. Yes, please.
There? Okay. So we do have a process for contracts that is a review process that kind of goes through the different departments that need to sign off on the contracts. So for example, if it's something that has an ETS element, like some sort of a computer element, the ETS department will
Right.
need to review it. If it has something that has to do with the educational department, then those folks need to review it. So sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to kind of make it through the review process. We're very, very careful with the contracts that go forward and that we have all reviewed them very carefully. And sometimes that's where a little bit of a delay is happening. We're getting better about it, but we have had some delay.
And I'd like to ask Dr. Madrigal to speak to the Peak Nursing Fellowship, which is actually a very great partnership.
so.
And I believe she's on as a panelist. Ms. Trujillo, can you please bring forward Dr. Madrigal?
Yes, one moment.
Good evening, President Munoz and Board of Education and Dr. Maldonado. I'm here to answer any questions you might have on the Peak Nursing Fellowship.
Dr. Madrigal, the question was, it's dated September 27, 2021, and it's only coming to the board now, but I believe this grant award is coming for a reason at this time. Could you remind us, please?
Absolutely, yes. This is a partnership with the J.S. Bauer Foundation, who is the main funder for the fellowship. It's a grant that will be going to Westmont College to support our Peak graduates for a full fellowship to the nursing program. It's been through several iterations with our partners, and which is why there's a delay, but not a delay on our enthusiasm about this partnership, and just again a delay in the fact that there's 4 partners that are making sure that this is going to be a seamless process for our students, which will be able to apply in the fall of 2022.
And could you remind the board how this rounds out similar to our Peak program for teachers?
Absolutely. This is our newly launched fellowship in the series of our career pathway for our Peak graduates and graduates of college, really. And we're super enthusiastic about this. Again, partnership with the James S. Bauer Foundation, Westmont College, who just launched a nursing program here in downtown Santa Barbara, very close to Cottage Health, and our other partner, Cottage Health. And so really how this works is very similar to the Peak Fellowship for Education. Our Peak graduates who are interested in a career in nursing will be able to apply. If accepted to the Westmont Nursing program, will be able to attend on a full scholarship. It's the cost of the program. It's a 16-month program, and it's about $65,000, and it will be a full fellowship for our Peak graduate. And upon graduation, they will have the opportunity to interview at the very prestigious local hospital, Cottage Health. And again, this is our second fellowship for Peak. We launched the Peak Fellowship for Education in partnership with UCSB, which is our teacher pathway. Launched that in 2019, and here we are, very enthusiastic about launching another career pathway for our local students.
Thank you. Board Member Ford, I hope that answers your question, and then a little bit extra.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madrigal. So with regards to the new, well, congratulations on the new Peak Nurses Program. Does that tie in collaboration with the health at San Marcos, the health program there? Are we in those students, or is it only students that are in Peak?
This will, the students that will qualify for this fellowship will be graduates of the Peak program. And we do have the Peak program at all of our 3 high schools. And absolutely, we will be partnering with the Health Academy at San Marcos. And I think we have a couple of Peak students currently attending, and those that have graduated as well.
Thank you for that. And then my last question is that, we have talked about the diversity of underrepresented students in Peak, and I'm just wondering how have we addressed that? Are we addressing that? So I'd like to see what students additionally that we have, making sure that we are equity minded and that as we outreach to be more diverse in the Peak program.
Absolutely, of course. We will continue to do that and continue to partner with community partners, Endowment for Youth, as well as Gateway.
So those are the 2 organizations that you continue to work with, but we continue to have this barrier. Are there other things that we can do to really be intentional about getting and being more diverse in this program?
Absolutely. I think that's, something that we are in those conversations with our partners who we really want to work with partners who know families and can make that help us make that outreach firsthand. I guess, sometimes I think that when I think back to how we initiated the Peak program back in 2011 on the West Side, majority of our families, Latino families, it was very much a grassroots effort. And perhaps we need to also be able to tap those resources.
with things, I've been here since 2016, and this is a conversation that we continue to have. So could I have more timely updates with regards to the outreach efforts with regards to that, so that we're not here at the end, we're increasing successful programs, but we still don't have the diversity and equity for access to this program. We're still talking about, again, and still talking about what we are doing, we're trying to do or we're going to do. It's really important that what are we doing, and can we have more timely updates to how we get that and be a much more in family engagement. We've got those particular strategies that we have in place, and so I'd like to see them a little bit more proactive and really coming back to this board to say, what have we done?
Absolutely.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, I do have some comments about this, and then I have a comment about another item on the agenda, on the consent agenda. On this, first of all, I want to say thank you to the Bauer Foundation for their generosity, and thank you, Dr. Madrigal, for all your work. I really appreciate it, and I'm also interested to see more of a partnership with the Health Academy at San Marcos and see how we can collaborate and make this even a more expansive program. So I'm also very much interested in that. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing of the success stories in this program. So thank you for doing that.
Our pleasure.
And then I have a comment about another item on the consent agenda. On number 2, I'm looking forward that the case continue to drop in our community so that we can again welcome public in person. I'm also looking forward to having that participation. So I am hopeful that this might be the last resolution that we approve. So thank you.
Thank you. May I now have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented on items 1 to 15? Ms. Ford?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented in items F2 to F15 with the modification that Ms. Sims-Moten is recusing herself from number 8 and Ms. Alvarez is recusing herself from number 13.
Okay, may I have a second? Okay, Ms. Alvarez, second. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I want to make sure that the minutes reflect that I recused myself from number 13 and Ms. Sims-Moten recused herself from number 8. So if the minutes can reflect that, please.
But can it be, if we're taking it collectively, should we take those items separately, just so that it's clear that our vote is not voted on that? Because if you're taking it collectively, it's still part of that, even though we're stating that, but we're saying aye when we look at that. So can we take votes on those ones so that we can step away from that?
That's probably better.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be fine. Ms. Ford, would you like to make
Sure.
a motion? Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go back, if that's okay. Let's go back to a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented, F2 to 15, minus number 8 and number 13.
Okay, may I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Board members, if you, sorry. Oh my God.
All in favor?
Yes, if you're all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Then I'd like to follow up with a motion to approve consent agenda item number 8. Ms. Sims-Moten is recusing herself from number 8.
Okay.
I second that motion.
Okay, board members, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 And finally, I'd like to put forth a motion to approve the consent agenda item number 13 with Ms. Alvarez recusing herself from that item.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 No, that's clear as mud.
Done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now we will move to the action agenda. Let's see. We could do, 2 and 3? Yes, we will go to action item F2 on student discipline. Education Code 48918, case number 2021-22-19. Do I have a motion?
Move approval. I'm not able to see it online right now. Do you have it up, Ms. Alvarez? Yeah. Okay, Ms. Ford, could you take that because it's not coming
Sure.
up yet.
Motion to approve Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 202122-19.
Second.
All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Now we'll go to F2, Board Action on Student Discipline Education Code 48918, case number 2021-22-22.
Ms. Ford, please.
Thank you. We just did number 2. This is number 3. I make a motion to approve Student Discipline Ed Code 48918, case number 202122-22.
Second.
Okay, board members, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, and then now we will go to the school-based mental health services report. Dr. Wageneck.
Good evening, Board President Munoz, Dr. Maldonado, and School Board. Come to you tonight to present, as requested, an update on our school-based mental health services and the current state of mental wellness in our schools. Next slide, please. We start with the problem anytime that we're doing our work. And what is true in the United States translates here in our local community, that 1 in 5 children and adolescents experience mental health problems during their school years. Next slide. So ultimately, how schools address learning, behavior, emotional and physical problems will affect not only those experience such problems, but our community and society as a whole. And when we launched our school-based mental health initiative in 2017-18, it had become clear that it was beyond time to replace our outdated patchwork of counseling programs and services that we had had for several decades. The conceptual framework that holds our programs together that we put in place at that time is an interconnected systems approach, which operates through an approach that relies on co-locating community organizations, community services on our school campuses as the strategy for filling critical intervention gaps and for enhancing community and home and family engagement. And it's based on our conceptual framework that we use is based on the work of Professors Edelman and Taylor from UCLA. So the co-locating and the bringing the partnerships together was the big change, and it wasn't the big change because we had always had community partners in our schools, but we didn't do it with a framework and with organization. And so that really is the basis for what we are doing now. It's built on this foundation. Next slide, please. I do want to show you some data. And we're going to start with our student incidences data. So student incidences are what we call our suicidal behavior. And so you have 5 years of data here. Each year obviously tells stories. They aren't just numbers on a page. These are real people, and it's very important when we're looking at these numbers that they're not just numbers. And there's a story within our community. The 2017-18 data is the year of the Thomas Fire and the debris flow. It is the year that we had a major social media threats. Every year tells a story, and so 2019-2020 is a year when school stopped. From March 16th on, we did not have students in school, but that didn't mean that student incidences ended. And now, this year. So this is, the 4 years that we have here is, that is for a full year. The data for 21-22 is as of the end of the first semester. We have had 56 incidences reported to us. These are the ones that are reported. 29 were suicidal ideation, 17 were interrupted suicides, 3 aborted suicides, 6 overdoses, which we do count as potential suicidal behavior, 1 other, and thankfully no lethal suicide attempts this year. Worldwide suicide is the second leading cause of death amongst those ages 10 to 24. And in the United States, there's been a substantial decrease in the child and adolescent mortality rate, but the youth suicide rate has continued to remain consistently high. And I purposely started with this data because it's not just my belief, it's my knowledge that we have a public health crisis in the United States. We have a public health crisis in our community. The good news is that we have systems in place to both prevent and intervene in suicidal behavior. And I'll go over some of that now. And that's what we have to be proud of, is that we have put these prevention and interventions in place. Next slide, please. Through the ESSER funding that we received last year, we were thankfully able to put in place a position, and we have 2 people filling this position. These are our crisis care specialists. Our crisis care specialists receive calls from the school sites when one of the following occurs. 1, when a student has expressed a desire, a plan, or an immediate intent to commit suicide. 2, if a student shares that they are self-harming. 3rd, if administrators need help with a threat situation to assess the level of threat. And finally, if a student has escalating behavior and there are concerns that it might lead to a crisis situation. So what happens is when they receive that call, the crisis care specialists conduct an assessment and they determine the risk level of the crisis and the appropriate intervention and postvention that's needed for the student and their family. The data for the first semester you can see here. We had 86 crises in 90 days. That's nearly 1 per day. 29 of the crises involved students who were deemed to be at high risk, which means they were imminently in danger of harming themselves or others. These students were in need of immediate psychiatric assessment and safety precautions. 1 high-risk case every 3 days. Another 25 crises involved students who were determined to be not at an imminent risk to themselves or others, however, were in need of connecting within a few days with a mental health professional and
a need to take, for the family to take safety precautions. And finally, 26 students were determined to be a low risk for self-injury. However, these students were assessed and provided referrals to mental health support, primarily through our school-based programs. In addition, the crisis care specialists responded to 2 cases of threats against others. One was deemed a high threat, the other a low threat. And in these cases, the students received as well appropriate mental health referrals, similar to those with high risk and low risk for self-harm. Next slide. So while it's a comfort that we now have the crisis care specialists on staff who can work immediately with our students and staff to address crisis and risk, prevention far upstream is essential to preventing suicidal and self-injurious behavior. And the key assumption that underlies universal approaches to suicide prevention is that the conditions that contribute to suicide risk in children and adolescents often go unnoticed and untreated, and that educating students and school personnel will result in better identification of those who are at risk. In addition, this helps increase student help seeking, either for themselves and others. And in the 4 years since we put the signs of suicide in place, we have seen an increase in self-referral, but also referral of peers and friends. And since spring of 2018, we've been providing the signs of suicide curriculum and screening to our students in grades 7, 9, and 12. So these are universal tier 1 education and screening. The program teaches students to act, which is acknowledge, show care and compassion, and tell a trusted adult. The assessment that immediately follows the educational piece allows us to identify students in real time who are at a high risk, a moderate risk, or a low risk for self-harm. And so when I say in real time, they actually take it through a Google form process, and there's someone watching their results come in. And when a score comes in that is high or moderate, those students are flagged, and we have a team of therapists, psychologists, et cetera, our crisis care specialists help out in these cases to actually address those students immediately. Next slide. So this is me and my hands. This is a flow chart. I will not go in depth, but I want to move on now from really our crisis interventions and our prevention to how do we provide mental health services, school-based mental health services in our schools. In preschool through grade 6, we are served through CALM, and I realize this slide doesn't even, oh, it does have CALM's name on there in little letters. I should have put it up top, but hopefully you all know that CALM provides those services, and we started our contract with them 3 years ago through the RFP process. So what happens, the nuts and bolts here is that if a teacher has a concern about the mental health of a student, they reach out to the parent first to discuss any concerns, and they get permission to submit a request for a mental health screening. The teacher then submits an electronic referral. And at that point, there are a number of things that can happen with that referral. One is that it can go to a triage team at the school, because it may be that they don't need CALM services, but rather they need to go through our MTSS process, and the CALM therapists, along with school psychologists and others, are a part of that team. So they can look and see if there are other needs, and then, if appropriate, CALM will step in. If it's not appropriate for them to go to the MTSS process, then CALM will triage that referral. They could refer out, meaning that once they assess the student situation, they'll refer them out. Often with CALM, their referral out is to their community-based services. A second option could be that students receive individual therapy or be in a skills group. And so most often in the skills group, and we have many students involved in that, they don't need intense mental health therapeutic services as much as they need to build social emotional skills in order to be more successful in school, both academically and behaviorally. And then the third option is really CALM's, this is the bulk of the work that CALM is so good at, and that is the consultation model. And this is the part that's hardest for educators and parents, so forth, to understand, but really what the consultation model does is try to build supportive skills in the adults who are around students most frequently, and that is their teacher, paraprofessionals, and their parents. So it's about going into the classroom or working with the family to provide consultation services to help support the student. Most of us, when we think of mental health services, we think therapy. We think one therapist, one client, and the therapist is going to fix the client. But really, the CALM model says we all come together to support the child in giving them what they need to be successful. Next slide. So let's take a look at what we've seen this year in terms of mental health services through CALM in our elementary schools. There have been 243 services, 243 referrals, with 163 students receiving services on campus. 29 of those students have received individual counseling. 76 of those students are in skills groups. And you'll see that 29 plus 76 does not equal 163. That is because the remainder of those referrals have resulted in the consultation services. Some students are involved in 2 or 3 different types of services. They may have individual counseling and then be referred to a skills group, and then ultimately there's usually a consultation service as well. 29 of those 243 students were referred off campus to either private therapy or a community agency. And of our 8 elementary schools, we currently have 7.5 CALM therapists. Next slide. So this is our model for family service agency that serves our secondary schools. And we call this the funnel. And the funnel has endured all of our improvements and changes in the model. The first step is a referral is made by an adult on campus, the parent, which falls into the concerned adult category there, and the student. And we have some really good data about student self-referral this year that you'll see in just a moment. Step 2, the Dean of Student Engagement reviews that referral to make sure it's appropriate, and then forwards that to the lead family service agency, MFT, at that school. When the dean's looking for appropriateness, they're looking at, does the student already have existing services? No one should have two therapists. You have one therapist. Do we have parental consent, or is it a situation where it wouldn't be safe to have parental consent? Is the student in special ed and perhaps they already have therapy or counseling services through their IEP? And then really, what's the level of need? Is this a matter of intense need, or is this a transitionary situation? Step 3, the lead MFT at each school conducts an assessment, and the assessments that they use are listed there on the right. Step 4, the student is assigned to a therapeutic intervention of some sort. That could be one-to-one therapy, it could be a topic-specific group. It could also be, and you can see that in the bottom right, students where school-based mental health is inappropriate, or students who decline services are not included, but some are placed on a wait list. And that was a reason why I think the board asked. You heard about these wait lists that we have. They could be referred to services off campus too. And so there are a variety of reasons why students would not receive school-based therapy. And then finally, the student receives the services. And the duration's really dependent on their level of need, but typically those services will run 3, 4, 5 months. Next slide. So our contract with FSA for this year was for them to assess and serve 450 students this school year. As of the first semester, they had received 482 referrals. 232 students were receiving services on campus, 113 receiving services off campus. Just over half of the referrals came from students themselves, which is fantastic because that's been one of our goals from the very beginning, is that students self-refer. There are 14.6 therapists in our secondary schools, and thanks to the J.S. Bauer Foundation, FSA has just secured funding for one additional therapist. And then it was asked, how many spaces do we have available? As of the first semester, we only had 11 counseling spaces available, district-wide, 8 of those at Santa Barbara High School. So the other 3 were spread out at 3 different schools. So yes, we are full because we're going to be somewhere upwards of 1,000 referrals by the end of this school year. Next slide, please. So that was some difficult news I just shared with you, the dire situation that we have. And it has always been the fact that we have had wait lists, but usually the wait lists have come later in the year. They've come in the springtime. This year, they started in late November and early December. There are some things that we're doing, and Mr. Kelly is one of those leading the way of sort of this peer mental health. And I'd say it brings me great, makes me really hopeful because it's here, but the way that youth now look at mental health and care so much about it, it really does give me hope for the future. And Sources of Strength is a program that we brought in several years ago. This was referred to us by Dr. Robert Macy, who we consulted with when we had our crises in 2016-17. And so several years ago, thanks to the Women's Fund, we received a grant to put this in place. And the idea with with sources of strength is that we really build in this Tier 1 support that permeates the campus and changes the climate, not through adults, but through students. And a study in 2010 that involved 18 high schools found that training in suicide prevention improved adolescents' adaptive behaviors related to suicide, but also their connectedness to adult and their school engagement. So by doing intensive suicide prevention through mental health, we increase school engagement and that connectedness and relationships between adults and students. Teens who participated in sources of strength were 4 times more likely as untrained students to refer to a suicidal friend to an adult, 4 times more likely. Students in the program also reported increased perceptions of adult support for suicidal youth and the acceptability of help seeking. Moreover, perceptions of adult support increased most among students with a history of suicidal behavior. Currently in year 2 at our 3 traditional high schools, with plans to expand to alternative ed in our junior high schools, Sources of Strength has a primary mission of preventing suicide with a secondary benefit of increased peer referrals when youth are suicidal. In addition to being student-driven instead of adult-led, which is what really attracted us to it in the first place, what I especially appreciate about this program is that it is a strengths-focused model. Rather than focus on sadness and the shocking nature of depression, Sources of Strength shares messages of hope, of help, and of strength. And the next slide, because we always want to center the students, is just some examples of activities this year on campuses. I believe we have the San Marcos Library there on the left, and some students doing activities there. You can see the Sources of Strength banner. The middle up top there is one of their advisors, Ivan Luna, who's a school counselor. And he is there with one of the students, also doing the Sources of Strength work. They did gratitude grams in November, things they're thankful for. And then the bottom right is also the San Marcos group. So they are active and trying to build capacity on their campuses. Next slide, please. So I'm going to finish up with this, the 3-legged stool. In the 4 years since we first created these interconnected systems of school-based mental health services, I've fielded many questions about and concerns about the supply of school-based mental health services and how we're not meeting the need. It's hard. It's hard to take those questions and concerns because I always go back to what's the primary work of schools, and certainly taking care of the health and welfare of our children and youth has to be foremost. But one of the chief barriers to creating an interconnected system of school-based mental health services that's sufficient to meet the needs of our students and families during an era when child and youth mental health is a public health crisis. You know, one of those struggles is identifying consistent funding sources and streams that support interventions through the 3 tiers. I mean, so this slide represents the concept of the 3-legged stool. And it's intended to identify and explain the mental health funding streams in California. It should also help illustrate how schools can best leverage mental health funding streams and community partnerships to maximize existing resources. And during the first 3 years of this initiative, I think it's important that we call out that the district has funded this through the LCAP, and then now through LCAP and the ESSER. FSA, CALM, Cottage Public Health, and many local private funders have been all in on supporting school-based mental health. And it was wobbly and uncertain for several years, and every year it's like, will we have enough money? Do we have enough money? But a major reason why the third leg of the stool is missing is because, why it's wobbly is because, I'm gonna be real frank, we are missing the third leg. And what I imagine is probably my last opportunity personally to speak to you about this crucial work. I want to thank the board for your support in the last 4 years. The board's been all in on the work that we need to do. I want to encourage you to engage your counterparts in the local public agencies in dialogue about this public health crisis, because we need the third leg to join the district, to join our community partners and our private donors in partnership if we're going to address this public health crisis appropriately. So I will end with this, and that is that as I was walking downtown today, I passed by one of the unhoused members of our community, a former student in our district who in high school had mental health issues, and I've seen this student around before. Issues such as homelessness and different crimes is an issue in our community. We could do so much to change that if the third leg would join us and understand that by supporting children and youth, we also address these other issues. So I thank you for listening tonight, and to close the presentation, I've asked Mr. Kelly, a peer leader in the arena of emotional and mental health, to share more about the role of the student voice in advancing mental health services to the children and youth of our district.
Yeah, so I guess first off, thank you so much for this report. I can tell that you care about this. I know that you care about this from conversations we have had. A big part of what I've wanted to do with this position is to present the idea of youth mental health and make this voice even more powerful. We've recently had meetings with counselors from all of the main high schools, and then there was one junior high counselor talking more about mental health programs and resources and what students have been experiencing. I know what I have seen personally, there is a culture of addiction and unhealthy coping mechanisms that I see on a daily basis. We are normalizing people abusing certain substances so casually, and I see it in everyday conversation, in my friendships, in my relationships, in the people that that I used to consider friends, and they've succumbed to these different substances and unhealthy coping mechanisms. I wanted to remind everyone of our mission statement. We prepare students for a world that is not yet to be created. Is our current approach of mental health doing this for the students? I want us to all ask ourselves that. From what I see, we are not valuing mental health education enough. We are valuing math that we won't really use in our real life. High levels of math, high levels of history, high levels of English. We need to prepare students for a world that is not yet created. We are not doing this. We need them to feel heard and less alone. And I think we can do this by extending the resources and education we offer. This is imperative to the future and the climate of our campuses. And I think that the steps we are taking are good, but it's not enough, and I think we can all agree on that. I want to know a little bit more what we can do now without the public agencies present. So I guess we can get into that more when it's time for board comment, but I think that's a good thing to address. But I want us all to evaluate how important this is and what we want students to leave high school with. What actual real world tools do we want them to leave high school with? So keep that in mind as we move forward, and I will have more comments later when the public is done commenting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wagenknecht, for your report and your honest, sharing with us. And I appreciate, Mr. Kelly, because you're there, you're there. And certainly I know that as a community and as a school district, we can do more and such. I think at this time, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. To give us some chance, give us a break right now, just to think about this is just, the impact and so forth. And then we will come back it's 7:32, so we will come back at 7:42 to continue with public comments on this. Thank you. Okay, now we will go to public comment on this item. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments?
Thank you, President Munoz. We do have public comment on this item. I will begin with Brian. If you can please state your full name.
Hi, this is Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I'm just reflecting upon what Fran just said now, that there's 243 counseling referrals in elementary school alone, according to her slide, and she projects 1,000 referrals by the end of the year, most of which are for suicide. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, they declared a mental health emergency in children because there's a 51% increase in child suicide attempts compared with pre-pandemic levels. This dramatic increase is due to COVID mandates and school closures. 49 million school-age children in the United States, 623. Per the CDC, in 2 years, there have been only 623 child deaths with COVID. God, I'm still thinking about that 1,000 mental health referrals in our district alone, according to Fran, most for suicides. More than 99.99% of kids don't suffer from COVID, but many more children suffer from this school's COVID policies. They say masks and vaccines are optional. It's not part of the CDC or public health guidelines, but you heard them state that they required outdoor masks anyway. They chose it. That is until enough people spoke out against the outdoor masks. Neither district nor public health has any peer-reviewed report stating that mask works. Fauci said he feels mask works. It was a guess, not based upon science. But we've known since the 1918 Spanish flu that cloth masks do not work. For over 100 years, we've known this. Take the masks off.
Time. Next speaker is Roseanne Crawford. Ms. Crawford, can you unmute yourself?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Dr. Wagenknecht's presentation was absolutely outstanding. I want to point out that, of course, it's very important to focus in secondary education and the valuable work that's being done there, catching those struggling in their last years in the system. However, how powerful to do more foundational groundwork in terms of presentation at the elementary level. And this has to be a multi-prong approach. This includes making sure that kids are getting strong reading and math skills, there's nothing else that builds confidence more and opens more doors for particularly English learners. And so I'm really glad that all this is out in the open. And I think as more people have more dialogue, they're going to see how fragile the elementary component of this educational system is, and how we have to nurture these beautiful children with everything we can give them, to a fine education, to supporting them and their mental health needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sheridan Rosenberg.
I don't even know where to begin. First of all, I really want to address what the student representative on the board said. First of all, I'm thrilled we have a student rep, but to say that, higher math you're not going to use, history you're not going to use, you don't even know what you don't know. I mean, what you're really looking at is a critical shortage in the real world. We are throwing these kids out into the real world, lacking basic skill sets, math, reading, English language, history, civics. And as we have a critical shortage of pilots, of aircraft mechanics, people in the healthcare field, we can go down the list. These are things that require basic skill sets, reading, language skill sets, and math. And we are robbing them of a future because of the failures of this district, starting in kindergarten through third grade, to identify where the learning differences are, immediately get them the IEPs and the help they need, and focus on phonemic learning, on reading, and on math skills. And you've robbed them of that. So now we see a downstream problem later on in the junior high and high schools, and I'll certainly reflect on the drug issue. Yeah, thank you to the criminal enterprise of the pot lobby. Certainly not a good thing for kids. It's been a disaster. But the other thing I really want to point out is that this needs to be taken care of now.
President Munoz, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Yes, now to board comments and questions. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. So looking back, sorry, I would like to retract some of the things I said. Everything I stand by regarding student mental health. The need for higher level math and history and English, I believe, are all very important, but I believe it is more important to focus on mental health. Sorry if that was taken out of context from some people. I do believe that all of these things are important, but mental health is so vital to our everyday lives and is so useful on a daily basis. With that being said, thank you so much for your lovely presentation. I know how much you care about these things. I just had a few questions. So,
Absolutely.
Looking at the statistics from slide 4, it's like suicidal ideation, suicides interrupted, and suicides aborted.
Mm-hmm.
How are these reported, and do they normally take place on campus, or is it mostly at home?
Primarily, these are outside of school.
Yeah.
Primarily, occasionally we will have cases on campus, but most often off campus.
Okay, and then it was crisis care specialists. How are we informing students on how they're able to reach a crisis care specialist?
The crisis care specialists aren't really to be accessed by the students themselves. Rather, when they act, and tell a trusted adult what's going on, that trusted adult on campus will activate the crisis care specialists. And so really what we have to make sure is that they know is that if they or a peer or friend are in crisis, to reach out and tell an adult.
Yeah, and then thank you so much for your work with signs of suicide. I know I've seen how great it's been and the campus culture that it's created. I think it's a good first step. I know you said it increased self-referral and peer referral. So this is evidence that this is working and we should implement more of it. Whether that's, I would prefer if this was mandated, some sort of education, but also just increasing it and expanding to other student populations. Thank you so much. I'm glad this is being talked about. This concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Ford?
Thank you. First of all, this data is sobering, and I do thank you, Dr. Wagner, for your report and for your passion. It is your legacy as you leave us, and so I'm filled with gratitude. I'm also so grateful to Dawson Kelly for driving this concern. For those who don't know, he brought this up from the very moment we interviewed him for the board, so thank you, Dawson. I also think that many aspects of this report are hopeful. I know I went to high school back in the dark ages, but no one talked about mental health counseling or therapy when I went to school. I don't think I would have had any idea what to do if I felt like, or if I felt like any of my friends needed help. So I think Sources of Strength seems very powerful, and the other program too. I was wondering if you could just give us an example of the skills groups that might exist in elementary schools.
It's good. Thank you. I'd love to. Examples. One thing that Calm does is make sure that, so things don't look the same at any two campuses. It's not a cookie cutter. So they go into a campus and say, what does this campus need? So at one elementary school, you may have, like, we've got a 5th grade boys group because there's something going on. A group of 5th grade boys need something. At another school, you'd have a lunchtime friendship group where kids who have trouble forming relationships come together and learn those skills. You could have a group that's focusing on the appropriate use of social media because there's been an issue. So it really is dependent on addressing whatever the issues are that can rise to the surface at that school.
Thank you. And finally, you do mention on one of the slides that if there's an emergency situation, crisis protocols kick in. And I was wondering if you could review for the board what those are.
You mean when there's a crisis with an individual student? So an administrator is notified, and our 2 crisis care specialists receive a call. One of them will receive a call, and sometimes it's both of them. They will go as a team, and they will be at the school as soon as they can, but in the meantime, they will talk the administrator through what other steps need to be taken to keep the students safe. In the event, and this has not happened yet, but in the event that something needs to be done immediately, then they would activate that and say, call 911. And we have actually had instances where students have needed emergency services, 911 is called, and then the crisis care specialists meet with the students in the following days after that.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Wagenet. I mean, this is not only a difficult subject to present, but I realize all the work that it takes to do behind the scenes, and I know you have a million things to do, and thank you very much for making this such a priority.
Thank you.
And I do have a few questions, clarifying questions regarding your presentation. We have 2 crisis care specialists.
Right.
I would imagine that's not enough. I do hear about the wait list, and tell me a little bit more about the crisis specialist and how are they scheduled to go to schools?
Okay, and I should say, first of all, thank you for what you said to me personally, and I do have to say, we have an amazing team in student services of youth outreach workers, and Ali Cortez, who is also a therapist and often responds with them and focuses on our English, our emergent multilingual students. as well as other students. Jen Balacius, who coordinates all of it, Cody Jacobs, who's our behavior specialist. The team makes it work. So, restate your question, because I wanted to make sure that the people doing the work get the.
Yes, thank you. The crisis specialists, you said we have two.
We have two.
And we have so many different sites. How do we budget their time to distribute at the different sites?
Well, that's something, because this is a new position, and we brought in two, and this year is this year. What we're finding is it's two works if they're only doing the crisis work that they're intended for. But what's missing, especially because of the wait lists, and the FSA is full, and they're certainly doing their part. It's that bridge between when they go from crisis to the postvention and the warm handoff. And so what we've been talking about, and actually we have a contract that is coming forward tonight with Family Service Agency to hire two clinical social workers who will act in a navigator role. Once the crisis has ended and the services need to begin, helping the student and their family navigate what it takes to get the help that they need. And that is often something we see with folks who are referred out into the community to be served, is if parents are working a lot, or the family doesn't understand the urgency of the need, or they're just trying to keep the lights on. Having a social worker who has a therapeutic background is very, very helpful. So now we've seen the need, and Dr. Maldonado has approved the hiring for the remainder of this year of two individuals. One is actually has been identified and is going to San Marcos next week, I believe, to start because of the high need there and the absence of the SRD. And I really believe that this navigator, clinical social worker role is the next step, that we put in place these folks. So yes, to answer your question, 2 crisis care specialists is enough if we have some folks who then can take over in the postvention.
Thank you. And you spoke about the need to have public agencies partner with us. And I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. This really is a community effort.
Right.
And in other conversations that we've had with a couple of public agencies, we have mentioned this, and this is something that we will be following up. This is such a perfect opportunity for us to partner with the City of Santa Barbara, with Goleta City Council, with the County of Santa Barbara. This is something that we all need to do together. Right. And that's something that we'll definitely be following up on. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Sims-Moton.
Thank you. I echo all the comments, and certainly, Dawson, from your perspective, it's important to hear what you feel with regards to what the needs are, because oftentimes we dismiss the needs that are ones who's most closely associated to the issue that we're speaking to. So thank you for speaking regarding that. And Fran, I guess we've come full circle here. 2016 to 17, this was a huge issue that we were addressing then. And so I know that I think it was probably 17 and 18 that we then had those RFPs with both COM and FSA, and how we, made sure we included the younger kids, because people tend to think, even in my elementary, that they'll grow out of it, when we certainly know that that's not the case. And so I want to acknowledge the team's work toward increasing the awareness for the mental health needs of our younger folks, and also just the action that's now being taken. We know that we've still got a long way to go, and we've, included best practices along the way, even changing our evaluation, how we look at outcomes to this, so that we can use that data to better, to improve the services that we are providing. And I can appreciate on one of the And I first wanted to say, just with the first slide that you put up there, anytime there's a number on there, that's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking. And so I know we need to be reminded of that, and so that continues to further, how do we continue to advocate for that, and how do we look from a prevention standpoint into, I noticed that now we're coming into TK that's more going to be mandated, and so how do we then, those of in the early care and education piece, younger kids, how do we look at that? Because if we're not identifying it there, and it manifests as so much farther on down the piece. And so I sit here to say that First Five is a partner that we want to be here, considering a public agency, to how do we look at prevention. Because you're now going to have 4-year-olds in your school, actually in the schools, and not necessarily just in the preschool. So that is an avenue that we can continue to work on and continue to advocate at our level and at our associations to do that, so that we can start to see those numbers decrease, because we're working earlier in that. And oftentimes it's so hard to look back because we just want to concentrate on the now, but we also have to include the prevention, and so that when we're looking forward, we have less intervention we have to do. Secondly, I'd like to say, with regards to the public safety, with regards to the high need that's going on at San Marcos, and, the SRD is not there. And what that says to me is that we need to have a partnership with our public safety. I know there's sorts of, initiatives where preschool and education, rather than funding prisons, we want to fund preschool and all those things. I think we can revisit that, and certainly as we're reimagining what's going on in our safety, that is a conversation that needs to happen too, not just about replacing the SRD, but making sure that we are meeting the mental health needs of our students. And what does that look like? As it's been stated across this dais, we all have a role to play in it, and the need, and we just can't continue to do the things that we're doing the same way, different day. We have to continue to do that. And also just want to commend you leading the team. And I know that certainly makes a team to do that. And I think there's a good foundation when you move, whatever your next iteration is, that there's a good foundation in place to continue this, and we continue to have this support from this board. But to see those numbers, it's very sobering. And so, again, I just think we have opportunities in to really reach out to our own, as we sit up here and represent various aspects of the community. Really, how do we use our public agencies? And when the question is asked, what do you need? We need to be ready to answer it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that, I certainly echo the concerns, the interest of my fellow board members in terms of this topic and the mental health and how important it is. If we're not centered and we don't have support, we can't learn, right? From a very young age, as Ms. Sims-Motens was saying, as a social worker, I've seen children where they're, 6-8 months of age, and they can feel the stress. They can feel the stress that their parents and their siblings and so forth are experiencing. And before, oh my gosh, I was trying to figure out how many years ago, but I'd been sitting when we had the public here with the board meetings, 10 years ago or so at least, with your presentations and with your sharing of your expertise, and just the gratitude that I have of so much work that you've done, above and beyond. So I just really want to express that first. And then also the continued collaboration with FSA and with COM, both excellent organizations, and how that has grown over the years, how much our students and our families and the little ones, have benefited from that. I've just seen that grow from when I was going to the public schools myself, as an outside consultant. And also the benefit of just normalizing mental health, if you have a broken arm, you say, oh, well, I was out for a couple of days, I had, broken arm, got a cast, and so forth. In the same way, you can't say it enough that mental health has to be normalized, and that's without the stigma. And that's where I love, the sources of strength that you presented in your presentation, and the, making it accessible so that peers, so that students, so that, everyone can feel like, this is something that is so important in our community and in our school district, before they even get to pre-K.
Yeah.
So that we have that, and so that we have that throughout elementary, junior high, and high school. And thank you so much, Dr. Wagenknecht. Very appreciative.
Thank you. May I address?
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you. I also want to thank Dr. Wagenknecht. She and I have talked about this, and again, such amazing work that she has done in transformation work in this school district. And as somebody who has lost a family member to suicide, I express my deepest gratitude in understanding that when we bring in additional people, like one of the contracts you approved today with the social worker, we made sure that we had a bilingual social worker so that people like my parents who couldn't understand what was happening and couldn't normalize and understand mental health issues because it's something that is forbidden in some of our cultures. We have come such a long way in school systems, haven't we? And so I want to recognize how far we have come, and at the same time, how far we still need to go. And I want to thank you also, Dr. Wagenknecht, for being the champion in this area for us in Santa Barbara Unified. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, now we will go to the public hearing on the district maps and the trustee area elections.
Thank you. We have Scott once again with Cooperative Strategies, who's going to give the board a short presentation. And of course, we also have Craig Price, our general counsel here, and Mr. Stevens for any questions the board members may have. Scott, are you with us? Welcome.
Hello, and I apologize. I'm in a hotel room tonight, so I'm going to be toggling my screens a little bit since I don't have my normal desk set up. But thank you for having me back tonight, and look forward to the conversation. So we did pare down the presentation tonight to really just look at the final shortlisted scenarios for your review. And so I want to walk through that right now. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we've gone through a lengthy process, which started in August, and we've arrived tonight at the 8th of February. Tonight, I do believe you have a resolution to select one of the trustee area scenarios, and upon doing so, then we will take that to the County Committee on School District Organization, which will hold a public hearing to consider the map that we provide to them and move forward and utilize that in the next election. Next slide, please. I won't review these in length again, but as you know, we've had several considerations that we used through this process, and the first two were required, and the rest were ones that the community meetings and the board has contemplated throughout. Next slide. And these, again, just a quick review of the data sets that we used to get to tonight. So obviously here we have our population as it stands from the 2020 census. Next slide. And then just a review of our citizen voting age population estimates as well. So two slide progressions, please. So we have in front of us three scenarios that were shortlisted: Scenario A, Scenario 5, and Scenario 6. I think what I'll go ahead and do right now, you can go to the next slide and we can talk just briefly. Scenario A here is a 5 trustee scenario with a total variance of 6.9%. And if you look at the CFAPs here, the trustee area number 1 is at 38%, number 2 at 11.8, and this, I'm sorry, is with your Hispanic population. Trustee area number 3 at 21.2, number 4 at 25.1, and number 5 at 18.1. We're going to do, I put our 2 number 5 scenarios in the back with a couple comparisons so you can look at them side by side in a couple different ways. And so we'll go ahead and progress to the next slide, which was scenario number 5. And this was one that CS worked on with you guys through the process. And this was arrived through a few revisions to get to the present map that you see here. When you go next slide to the data, you can see that we have a total variance of 3.8. And when you look across, you've obviously seen the numbers for our CVAP spreads there. Next slide, please. Scenario 6 was one of the 7 trustee area scenarios that we put together. And for this particular one that was shortlisted between the 2, this one, as you can see, kind of breaks up the geographic regions in a east-west manner. And we did have for the westerly 3 trustee areas, different school sites within each one of those, and then a breakup of the elementary sites and the junior high sites, high school sites, in the ones that encroach on and touch within Santa Barbara Unified's elementary district. Next slide, please. If we go across here on this one, total variance was 6.3%. And when we look at our highest protected class, which is our Hispanic class, trustee area number 1 had 11.1%. The largest is trustee area number 2 at 42.8. Number 3 at 19.1. Number 4 at 21.4. Number 5 at 17.6. Trustee area number 6 at 23.6, followed by 24.8 for trustee area number 7. And if you want to progress 2 slides forward, since we have 2 scenario number 5s, just for this last review, we thought we'd put some data just right next to each other, just so you can kind of compare as a board where the differences in the boundary lines are, and to kind of put things apples to apples as far as where population is being grabbed from. And so when you look at the 2 here, the middle column between the data points tried to grab just the areas that were most similar in geography. So for trustee area number 1 in scenario 5, you can see that's closest to trustee area number 2 in the top scenario A. And when you look down at the maps, you can see that's the yellow in scenario A and the green in scenario 5. And so when you're trying to just maybe line up the closest area, and it's obviously not going to be perfect, that's what we try to show here. And so for that particular comparison, you can see that with scenario A, that's a CFAP 37.9 compared to 27.5. And then when you flip the other 2, you've got 11.8 compared to 20.7. Trustee area number 3 is pretty similar in both of these comps. And then for areas 4 and 5, which is the Isla Vista and Goleta areas, they were difficult to kind of line up side by side because with one scenario, you can see it splits those 2 kind of in the northwest, and the other scenario more of north-south, and then the other a east to west breakdown. I want to progress to the next slide, please. So here, just looking at some of the boundary lines, just where they diverge the most. We have one view here, which is more within Santa Barbara proper, and it just gives you a better view here, just at the street level, of the differences between scenario A and scenario 5. And then if we progress to the next slide, we looked at a different portion of the district, particularly in the Goleta and Isla Vista area, just to see some of the differences in the boundary areas in that portion of the different maps. And so with that, that's our review tonight, and look forward to entertaining any questions if any of you have any.
Yes, hi, Ms. Trujillo. Thank you so much. Ms. Trujillo, do we have public comments on this item?
Thank you, President Munoz. We do have public comment on this item. I will begin with Alan Evenstein.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Members of the board, thank you for your time and your service to the community. The question of districts is a really important one and grows out of the California Voting Rights Act. And for that reason, I believe it's essential that you leave no stone unturned in the effort to come up with the best district plan. And as has been communicated to you by Judge Frank Ochoa, the Equity 7 map, based on principles in the equity map of the future leaders of America, is a map that you could adopt that would, as an amendment to the 7-district map that you have every discretion to do that. Dozens or scores of government agencies revised maps until the last meeting. There's no reason why you can't amend the 7-district map that you approved at your last meeting is to be on the agenda tonight and amend it to be the Equity 7 map. The Equity 7 map is the best CVRA map. It creates a majority protected class district. It creates a Latino plurality protected class district. It unites Isla Vista and UCSB. People who've opposed 7 districts aren't opposing this map. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Daniel Gonzalez.
Hello, board. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. I'm here today to support the equity map, Map A, submitted by CAUSE and FLA. Our equity map most accurately represents the protected class in Santa Barbara, as well as ensures that their voices and needs are being heard rather than overshadowed by more affluent communities. The equity map best reflects the Santa Barbara region's diverse communities of interest. It keeps the West Side and the East Side together, which creates a majority Latinx district. It also creates a communities of color district by combining Isla Vista and Old Town Calita. The equity map does the best job in preserving the voting power of communities of color. Scenario 5 would disenfranchise thousands of voters of color and should not be considered. It is the only map without a majority Latinx voting district because it separates the East Side and the West Side. Additionally, Map 6 would negatively impact our school district by dividing communities of color in order to create districts for affluent communities. This would create 7 unequal districts and no representation for our families. This is why I'm here to support the equity map, Map A, because it is the only map that doesn't dilute the voting power of communities of color and properly represents the diversity of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roseanne Crawford.
Roseanne Crawford. At the last meeting, a speaker with pain in his voice recalled how he was never comfortable being bused from the East Side to West Side for school. This is still happening. It's wrong. It's discrimination. A neighborhood school near downtown could eliminate busing in these communities of interest, so kids are not spending almost an hour each way separated from their neighborhoods. How about a clean, green walk? After much thought, although I have been an advocate for 7 trustee areas, I am reversing my position and support only Map A from the public. Power to the people. We hear you. We see you. This school district has failed the Latino students and families. Access and opportunity gaps have increased because of failure of this district to do a good job teaching English and math, with the exception of Franklin Elementary. This district keeps lower income school board candidates out by keeping the cost of candidate statement high. Last election's fees were $5,000 each. This board, not the elections office, controlled this. Stop the pay-to-play game. It's time for change. As a strong supporter of neighborhood schools and community, I support the Equity Map A the public wants. Go get them. Our students deserve better from this district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Natalie. Please state your full name.
Hi. I also support MAP A. I think it's a great solution for students and their families, and the public supports it. They've made that really clear. I'd also like to see the $5,000 fee to run for school board eliminated. There are many great community members that have expressed interest in getting involved, but that $5,000 fee stops them in their tracks. I also like and support MAP A because it gives kids the opportunity to walk to school and stay in their communities. We walked our kids to their elementary school every day when they were younger, and it's an incredible time for families to bond. The bus rides many kids have to endure are exhausting and take precious time away from their home. MAP A best serves our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sheridan Rosenberg.
Well, I too am all in. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hello? Oh, thank you. I too am all in for MAP A after revisiting the subject and really drilling down on it. And again, I told my story about what was happening at Monroe down the street from our house and how I thought it was egregious and cruel that kids were being bused from the east side because their neighborhood school was basically sold out from underneath them. And they were deprived, those families were deprived of the joy of walking your child to and from school, of children being able to play with their friends after school in their own neighborhoods. It's just wrong. And we need to right that wrong and open a school on the east side for those families and stop the busing. It belongs in the 70s with tube tops and bell bottoms. It's really ugly and awful and stupid, and we need to stop it. The second thing is, what I love about A is I really listened again to what those students were saying, and I agree with them. You know, I really agree with them. They're right. And this is a chance to get it right. And furthermore, this $5,000 pay to play, I know very well the people that put you, Kate, in office, and you, Virginia Alvarez, I can go down the list. They're rich Montecito families. That's who got you in. It's time to reverse it so everybody has a chance.
Next speaker is Justin Shores.
Thank you. I support MAP A. I think it is the best choice. I like that it's community written and not by consultants. I think that's really important. I do wish the process was a little bit more accessible. I feel like it was really rushed, and these maps, while they are, they're good, they could have more input. So we could have talked about them a lot more. But I really think out of the three maps, MAP A is the best. So I support that one, and hopefully that's the one that's chosen tonight based on the comments from last week. And I know the public supports that map, so I do see that, and I really do think the $5,000 fee for that position. I mean, obviously, it's not a rewarding position. Nobody wants to do it for fun or for fame, and really shouldn't. So it should be for the right reasons, and so we should get a wide range of candidates that we can choose from, and so everyone can work hard and not have to worry about a pay to play or a paywall to get through. So MAP A, please. That's definitely the community's map, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lay. If you can please state your full name.
Hi, I'm Lay Tup. Hi, board members. My name is Lay, and I'm here today to show my support in approving the equity map, aka MAP A. The equity map is the only map presented to SBUSD that doesn't dilute the voting power of communities of color. The equity map is the best map that reflects the Santa Barbara region's diverse communities of interest. Keeping the West Side and the East Side together is vital to preserving the voice of Latinx families. Additionally, it creates a district that allows communities of color to be represented by keeping Isla Vista and Old Town Goleta together. In a school district that is majority minority, this is especially important for the school board to properly represent their youth. In terms of the other maps, Map 5 would disenfranchise thousands of voters of color and should not be considered. It is the only map without a single majority Latinx district. This is because it splits up the East Side and the West Side. Additionally, Map 6 creates 7 districts that divides up communities of color in order to create additional districts for affluent communities. This would dilute the voting power of our communities and hurt the protected class, creating an unequal and unrepresentative board. This is why I am here in support of the equity map, Map A, because it is the only map that ensures that all voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alice Post.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Superintendent Maldonado, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Alice Post. I have advocated hard for 7 districts. However, I feel it's time to wave my white flag in that battle. Unless some board members have had a change of heart, we simply don't have the votes. I want to thank Kate Ford and the student board representative for understanding the benefits of 7 districts. Let's talk about Map 5 and the equity map. I do not support Map 5. Map 5 has 1 trustee district with a boundary all the way from Stork Road at the far end of the Goleta Valley to Harding School in the historic Santa Barbara West Side, miles away, just to capture 1 elementary school. That would be Harding. Please don't do that. That does not support neighborhoods. I do support the equity map, and this is why. As a neighborhood school advocate, I support the equity map because it supports neighborhoods. It keeps Isla Vista and Old Town Goleta together. It keeps the East Side and West Side together. The equity map supports neighborhood schools, keeping them together. The neighborhoods of Franklin, Cleveland, McKinley, Harding, and the downtown neighborhoods of the former Wilson and Lincoln schools. The equity map respects geographical boundaries. It has a kind of flow to it. It's not gerrymandered. It's actually a beautiful map. The equity map did not follow the school sites criteria. They created a better map. Do the right thing, support neighborhood schools, vote for the equity map. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Valeria Tiburcio Romo. Valeria, if you can please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Valeria Tiburcio Romo. I am a sophomore at Dos Pueblos High School, and I've lived in Santa Barbara with my family my whole life. I'm here to show support for the equity map submitted by CAUSE and FLA. I'm doing this because I know that any other map will ignore and even silence the people of color of Santa Barbara. But this equity map ensures that not only are they heard and are taken accounted for, especially when more than half of the students in this district are Latinx. The equity map keeps the historically Latinx communities on the east side and west side together, and it keeps communities of color in Old Town, Goleta, and Isla Vista together. As someone who has lived in both of these communities, I can tell you firsthand that they share similar backgrounds, struggles, and interests. It's important these communities stay together so that they can elect a representative that can speak on their issues and concerns. Map 5 and Map 6 divide our communities in order to create more districts or silence the voices of minorities. This is why I support the equity map, because it allows for the voices of minorities to be heard and that we can elect someone to speak to our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Pineda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Greetings and good evening. My name is Emily Pineda, and I am a junior at Santa Barbara High School. For almost 2 decades, my family and I have lived in Santa Barbara, and I have been a student of SBUSD from grades K through 11. This is why I feel obligated to support the equity map created by CAUSE and FLA. A majority of the population at SBUSD is Latinx, and the equity map ensures that all voices are heard and BIPOC communities are being represented. The other 2 maps divide communities of color and silence their voices. Map 6 combines low-income communities with affluent communities robbing minorities of a chance to have a representative. It's not only racist, it's classist. The maps are drawn in a way to give wealthy communities more representatives at the expense of people of color. Map 5 divides historically Latino communities of the East Side and West Side, as well as communities of color in Old Town Goleta and Isla Vista. This is why the equity map is the only right choice for SBUSD, because it allows for all voices to be heard. Being a student of color from Santa Barbara High and being in the Matt Academy, it's unfortunate that there's not more Latinx representation in the Matt Academy as well. This is a sign that we need more change and more representation. We need a more diverse representation in the Matt Academy, and we also need it in our school boards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Samar Saman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Somar Saman Aparicio, and I'm a student from San Marcos High School. My family and I lived in Santa Barbara for the past 5 years. I'm here to show my support in approving our equity map/map A submitted by CAUSE and FLA. It most accurately allows the proper representation of protected classes. The immigrant community is over 60% of the district, and we need to create fair boundaries to ensure all voices are heard. Grouping affluent neighborhoods with low-income neighborhoods would diminish the voices of the protected class and create underrepresentation. I support the equity map because it keeps Latinx communities and communities of color together, which often go underrepresented. Map 5 has two flaws. First, the separation of the West Side and East Side. And second, the division of Old Town Goleta, Isla Vista, and Goleta. The East and West Side share similar challenges like having mostly first-generation youth, language barriers, and internet access. Communities in Old Town Goleta, Isla Vista, and Goleta also have many similarities, like being racially diverse cultural groups, and are mostly renters and are part of the working class. These unique communities need proper representation, and only the equity map will make this possible. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Future Leaders of America. You can please state your full name.
Hello, board members. My name is Melissa Villafuerte, and I'm here today to show my support for Equity Map A. I'm in favor of this map because it would allow for fair and effective representation of the protected classes. We must ensure that the Latinx community, who makes up for more than half of the district, has fair boundaries, making every voice heard. Just to reiterate, we do not support 7 districts because they provide additional seats for upper class and wealthy communities at the expense of silencing the voices of communities of color. Yes, more representation, but not equal representation for communities of color. Map 6 falls short because it incentivizes individual district needs over the entire school needs. On the other hand, our equity map has 5 districts, and it is reflective of the needs of youth at SBUSD. As the historically largest Latinx neighborhood, we demand that East Side and West Side be kept together, and that Goleta, Isla Vista, and Old Town Goleta are also kept together, because students in those communities share similar experiences, including language barrier, housing insecurities, the digital divide, and being first-generation students. With equitable redistricting lines, our communities will be able to elect a candidate that will not only listen, but also advocate for them. In communities where we already see low voter turnout, we must ensure that seats are made accessible to those that are most affected. Please vote for our equity map. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Angela Ortega.
Hello, my name is Angela Ortega, and I'm a student from San Marcos. My family and I have lived in Santa Barbara for the past 13 years, and I'm here to show my support in approving our equity map submitted by CAUSE and FLA because it most accurately allows for the proper representation of protected classes. The Latinx community is 59.96% of the district, and we need to create fair boundaries to ensure all voices are heard. Lastly, we do not support 7 districts because they provide additional seats for the upper class and wealthy communities at the expense of drowning out the voices of communities of color. Our equity map has 5 districts and is reflective of the needs of the youth at SBUSD. The current maps don't reflect the student population it serves. SBUSD is made of majority Latinx students. And as a student of SBUSB for many years, I've already felt like the Latinx community voice has been marginalized. I often feel like my peers and I are constantly overlooked based on the other maps presented by the district, and I believe this will continue to happen if they are approved. That's why I'm here today to support the equity map to ensure that our needs are heard and that we have representatives that will hear and speak out on our issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lucille Voss.
Good evening, board members and district staff. My name is Lucille Voss, and I'm a resident on the Mesa in Santa Barbara. This evening, I'm speaking in favor of Scenario A and also to encourage more public outreach. I previously worked for Partners in Education and the SBCC Foundation, and in those roles, I spent a lot of time on school campuses, placing volunteers and presenting about college opportunities, and I got to know school communities, students, and parents. It's this experience that leads me to support Scenario A. It keeps the West Side and East Side together, creating a majority Latinx district, and it keeps Isla Vista whole and pairs it with Old Town and Elwood, preserving the voting power of Latinx families. And it follows neighborhood boundaries and mirrors existing districts. Other maps would disenfranchise people of color and separate existing communities. I'm also asking the board and district to engage in more community outreach before making a decision about expanding the number of board seats. Expanding the seats would fundamentally alter the governance structure of the district and may force the district to spend more tax dollars on elections. The purpose of the current process, redistricting, is not to divvy up school sites. It's to ensure families and voters are represented by board members. Thank you for your time and your efforts. I hope you'll support Scenario A and additional community outreach.
Thank you. Next speaker is Juan. If you can please state your full name.
Hello, my name is Juan Esteban Tiburcio Romo, and I am a student of Dos Pueblos High School. My family and I have lived in Santa Barbara our whole lives. I am here to show my support in approving the equity map / map A submitted by CAUSE and FLA because it most accurately allows for proper representation of protected classes. I support the 5-district map because it is reflective of the needs of the youth at USD. The reason I do not support 7 districts is they provide additional seats for upper class and wealthy communities at the expense of drowning out the voices of communities of color. Although map 5 also has 5 districts as well, it divides up the Latino community with the East Side and West Side. It also divides the community of color in Old Town Goleta and Isla Vista. Map 5 and map 6 allow for there to be a representative that wouldn't understand the challenges and needs of my community. I believe that my community should have a say in the person that they represent, that represents them, and that they actually understand what we are going through because they are from here. The map A is the only map that gives proper representation to students who attend SBUSD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Benitez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool, okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Wendy Benitez, and I'm a senior from San Marcos High School. Growing up as a low-income Latinx and first-generation student, I'm here today to support the equity map, Map A, submitted by CAUSE and FLA because it most accurately represents the BIPOC communities, which makes up about 60% of the school district. I do not support 7 districts because they would provide additional seats for the upper class and wealthy communities at the expense of drowning out the voices of communities of color. Some people say that more seats would create more representation, but in reality, it would end up giving more power to affluent communities. And what would be the purpose behind 7 districts if there are going to be 7 unequal districts? Also, I do not support Map 5 because it would divide the East Side and the West Side, which are areas that tend to have the voting participation, and splitting them up would further diminish the chances of having a board member that truly represents these communities. The equity map has 5 districts and is reflective of the needs of the youth at the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Keeping the East Side and West Side together, as well as keeping Old Town Goleta and Isla Vista together, will ensure proper representation as the school board members will make the best decisions for their communities. Coming from these communities, they will know what their community needs because they have been a part of it for years. I do not think that someone who has never lived in that community or who has never encountered the struggles we have should have the power to make decisions on our behalf. Therefore, I'm in support of Equity Map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kim Pascage.
Good evening, board members. I wanted to lend my voice to the equity map tonight and support that has been put forward by CAUSE and FLA. And I want to uplift the voices of the youth that have spoken and put this forward and have said that the equity map is the map that best represents their interests and voices. And I want to support that. I'm definitely for a 5-seat district versus a 7. I'm definitely supporting keeping the east side and west side together, as well as Old Town Goleta and Isla Vista. And so I just wanted to lend my support for the equity map tonight. And thank you to the student advocates and activists who have put this forward.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christy Losana.
I can't help but listen to what was said last week and even what's being said this week and feel like we're at war and we're not being a community. And we are a community and we're supposed to be working together on this. And there's a lot of negative comments made about, the elite or the white people or our power, losing our power. And it's actually sad to me because we're a community. And we're supposed to be working as a community. I have always taught the Latino population in every school that I've ever worked at. And so I support Map A because I think that best represents an equal voice across the board. We need to have an equal voice where we are all working together and everybody's represented and we can work together to make some really positive changes in this town. I think Map A keeps communities of interest together, has been shared, East and West Side, Isla Vista, and Old Town Goleta, whose communities share issues as a protected class, and everybody's voice is important. And so after reconsidering, I'm going with Map A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Luis. If you can please state your full name. Luis, if you can unmute yourself. I'm going to go to the next speaker and now circle back with Luis. The next speaker is Iris Ivanova.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Eris Ivanova. I'm a senior at Dos Pueblos High School, and I would like to again express my support for scenario A, which is the equity map. Scenarios 6 and 7 would separate neighborhoods with similar interests, combine their citizens with those of affluent neighborhoods, and create extra affluent districts, effectively drowning out working class and minority voices in our school board. Map A seems to be enjoying broad and bipartisan support, so I'd urge the school board to listen to the community here and go with scenario A.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hector Flores Garcia.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, school board. My name is Hector Flores Garcia. As a Santa Barbara native and an SBUSD graduate, I'm here to show my support in approving the equity map, otherwise known as Map A. I support the map submitted by CAUSE and FLA because it most accurately allows for the proper representation of our protected classes. I do not support 7 districts because I believe in quality over quantity. There is a misbelief that 7 seats allows for a more fair representation when that is not true. 7 seats provide additional seats for the upper class and wealthy communities at the expense of drowning out the voices of our communities of color. The equity map has 5 districts and is reflective of the needs of the youth at SBUSD. Map 5 falls short because it dilutes the voting power for people of color. This map splits the east side and the west side, It splits Goleta, La Vista, and Old Town Goleta when these neighborhoods have similar interests with each other. There's no reason to divide them and dilute their say in having fair representation. Our equity map creates 2 districts where nearly half of the voters
we lost connection. I'm going to go to the next speaker, which is Luis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Luis Catalan. I am a student from Santa Barbara High School. I am here to show my support in approving our equity map submitted by CAUSE and FLA because it most accurately allows for the proper representation of protected classes. I can't support maps 5 and 6 because those maps do not allow for equal representation like the equity map. Map 5 and 6 will allow an affluent representative to vote on the behalf of people of color communities that will be unfair due to both communities having completely different struggles. For example, most low-income families worry about their students having good Wi-Fi or having a proper space in their household to do homework. How would a representative from a completely different community who is from a more affluent background be able to step in their shoes if they don't face those similar issues? This is why I support the equity map, because it would give BIPOC communities the opportunity to elect someone to speak to our needs because they have been or have similar backgrounds. I urge you to support the equity map, also known as Map A, in order to create a fair boundaries to ensure all voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kavya Suresh.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, well, good evening, esteemed members of the board. I would just like to reiterate my support for the equity map that was proposed by CAUSE and FLA, Scenario A. I just want to recognize the incredible work the youth in our community are doing to really push for what they're passionate about and to be advocates and to be activists. This is an issue that is clearly very important to all the youth in our Santa Barbara Unified School District, and I think that is something that should not be taken lightly. We are the future, we are the creators of tomorrow, and so when we are pushing for something and when we feel empowered, I encourage you to make the decision that favors the youth voice and continues to uplift everything that we are working for. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Moni DeWitt.
Yeah, I too favor Scenario A because I do think it supports those most affected by the achievement gap. And I too would like to see more diversity on the board, and even, parents who possibly have experience with neurodiversity, because those students with learning difference are the ones who are doing the worst and have the lowest scores, as well as our multilingual learners. The second thing, having run for school board, I was told to pay $5,000 fee to cover the candidate statement. However, the Goleta Valley Unified did not charge that fee, and that was a decision that I was told by the election board that was made by your board. So I would say we need no fee because we do have socioeconomic hardship. And sometimes I think the board attracts candidates who use it as stepping stones. And I would like to see candidates coming from socioeconomic hardship, or certainly somebody who has worked hard their way up, that can identify with many of our people who actually currently live in the poverty line. So I really want to encourage no fee. It's just not right. And we get people who just aren't as committed to our students' need and use it as a stepping stone. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maria Kastner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I'm very concerned about everything I'm hearing. As an immigrant, as a multilingual individual, as a parent of a child with a disability, who's an ex-student, as a parent of a college student, as a parent of another daughter who already has a bachelor's degree and another degree, I keep hearing about equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Equity is about making people equal, which is not the same as giving people an equal chance. And so equity versus equality, I think a parent's involvement continues to be the biggest factor for success for a student. Of course, that also depends on socioeconomics, which is, in my opinion, the biggest unequalizer. And cultural background is also very important. And not all cultures have the same approach towards education. And so we're creating this huge bureaucracy, but in the end, I don't see it happening. I don't see students rising up. I see scores coming down. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Munoz, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Trujillo. So now we will turn to have the board members have any questions or comments. Ms. Ford?
Thank you very much. To clarify, I think this question is for Scott or Mr. Price. To clarify, all the finalist maps, the 3 finalist maps, sufficiently meet the requirements of CVRA, correct? Thank you. And I wonder if someone would be willing to also just share for all of our, to remind us and also those who aren't sure about it, what date do we go before the county committee, and pursuant to its approval, then what's next? Please. Microphone.
Every
time.
One of these days. You are currently scheduled to go before the county committee on February 28. Okay, and assuming that you adopt a 5-member, 5-trustee map, then the county committee presumed approval of that would be the final action that would be required.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple comments to make. First of all, I really appreciate that so many people engaged in this process, as complicated as it is. I found it complicated. Many of our public comments have come from community members who have been with the process from the start. And I think we should be really proud and grateful that young people in particular stepped forward. And I agree, we certainly must change the fee process for school board candidates. It's tough. I did find the process to be thorough and very thought-provoking. Our consultants responded to every board and community request for data. There were numerous public hearings as part of board meetings, as well as numerous community meetings. And the board ended up choosing 3 finalist maps that reflected board priorities, community input, and the guidelines of the California Voting Rights Act, just confirmed a moment ago. My fellow board members and I worked hard to listen, to study, to reflect, and to decide. I now support scenario A, and I'm proud of this process and the unity the outcome will produce. Thanks.
I would like to have Ms. Alvarez speak. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Price, for the clarification. Thank you, Scott, for all your time. We had some Zoom calls, we had phone calls, we had a lot of dialogue, so thank you for your patience in answering all my questions. Also, I want to thank all those constituents who reached out to me. We had phone conversations with different points of view, and I'm very grateful that I was able to listen to your point of view and to your concerns before I made my decision. I also want to thank those students who reached out, those students who spoke this evening, It's a clear representation of what community involvement is, and also it's a representation of what is your responsibility. Your responsibility is to speak up, to be informed, and to put yourself out there and be willing to take the criticism, be willing to take the praise, because what you are doing is you are representing your community. So I commend you for doing that, and I hope that you will continue doing work that is what you consider is best for your community. I also want to thank Judge Franco Ochoa for his letter. It was a very good reminder of all the work that it's ahead of us. He reminded us that since 1970, there have only been 7 Latinos elected to the Santa Barbara School Board. And that's a very, very good reminder. I mean, back in the 70s, of course, the schools were different. The population was different. Now, of course, the majority of our students are Latinx. And we have a lot of work to do. At the same time, I want to be mindful of what is the responsibility of a board member, regardless of the skin color, regardless of the last name or the zip code. The responsibility of a board member is to represent every single student that we serve. And that is what I strive to do, and that's the message I want to give to those future board members that will come after me. Your job is to represent every single student. And also to remind everyone that the reason for us that we're going into district elections, it's not to divide students. It's not going to impact where students go to school. If a student lives on the east side and he or she or they want to go to a different school, Santa Barbara Unified has a process for transfers. And that's something that I'm very proud of. Because I live by McKinley School, which I did as a child, doesn't mean I have to go there. If I make that choice, I will go there. But if I want to go to a different school, SB Unified gives that opportunity. And it saddens me that this has already created some sort of division. Let's work together as a community. Let's do what's right for kids. And at this point, I am going to support scenario A as the map to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I renewed my concerns from the last meeting with regards to feeling like this process, although I understand the spirit of really sows the seeds of division. Because again, as Sister Board Member Alvarez has said, is that we're representing every student. Every time we're sitting here, we're talking about each and every student needs to be represented, and don't want this process to change that. We work very hard to look through an equitable lens, how we look at things, and I too certainly understand Jojo Ochoa in terms of your letter. Thank you for singing that. So as an African American sitting in here for the first time in 53 years, you're absolutely right. Things have changed. Some things have changed. So I think it's important that, again, it allows us to look across. What are we looking at? What are our leaders, what are they representing as the expertise that they bring, their passion that they bring, and realizing it's about every student. It's not about the adults. It feels like about the adults right now, but for me, this is about being student-centered. So, with my concerns was when looking at these maps, both 5 is what I was looking at last week, and also looking at scenario A. Want to be sure that we have an even distribution and that it's not unintendedly segregating us in a way. We got to be really clear with that. If you look at, so I've really been looking at how it may impact, inter-district transfers as we go into districts. Does it mean that now with the maps being drawn, that you now have to request an intra-district transfer to go? These are just questions that I have. Will it change that? So if you're living in the boundaries that we are drawing tonight, and you need to go in there, if you need to go to a different school, is it an intra, not inter-district? So that's a question that I have, that this may come up. I don't know if Craig or Scott, if that's a question that you can answer. I don't know that it would, but it just brings up the question.
Well, because I was looking ahead at the resolution that you're going to be asked to vote on shortly, I'm afraid I don't have all the question. Would you mind repeating it in terms of inter versus intra transfer?
Yes. So what I was looking at is we're drawing the districts. If now students who may be living in District 1, for instance, and they want to go to school in District 3, does that then require an intra-district transfer to do so?
No.
It does not.
No, it goes back to what Trustee Alvarez was discussing just a minute ago. It has no effect on that whatsoever.
Okay. So that was a question that was reached out to me, so I just wanted to be sure that was the case. So thank you for answering that, and that answered my question as well. And so again, I'm not ready to support either scenario right now. Doesn't mean by the time we don't finish your comments, board member or President Munoz, I'm just not ready to do that in terms of that, because they are very similar in some cases to me, both A and 5. But I'm not ready to make that decision.
Okay, certainly. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, I would echo what a vast majority of the public comments said, as well as my fellow board members. I fully support scenario A. I believe it represents the student body the best, and it makes me optimistic for the future of this board when I am no longer on it. And this makes me hopeful because it seems like people from all sides have come together to support this map that was made by the people and will help the people. So I'm super excited and thrilled to be supporting scenario A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I'd like to read a statement from Ms. Capps, who was not able to be with us tonight. Her statement is, I have been engaged on the issue of districts for over a year, and I'm sorry to miss this important vote tonight due to a minor surgery today. I am grateful to the many people in the community who have engaged, beginning with the 3 who brought forward the issue of districts in the first place: Jacqueline Inda, Judge Frank Ochoa, and Lanny Ebenstein. Everyone shares the same overarching goal: to create fair boundaries to ensure diverse representation so that our students are served more equitably. Equity is the entire reason we have undertaken this districting work. For this reason, I support the equity map put forward by Future Leaders of America and Cause. As organizations that are working on this overarching goal on the ground, day in and day out, I support their analysis and am grateful for their advocacy. I also support the point made by my colleague, Wendy Sims-Moten. To achieve diverse representation, we should not stop tonight with these maps. We should make the job of school board member more accessible to working people, especially parents. And I would like to say on my behalf that I feel that, the students and families of communities of color need to be represented in order to make us be equitable. Not that there's voices that are lesser in value that should not be heard, to bring us up all to the same equitable place. The process, I feel, was inclusive, well thought out, and very thorough. We did everything we could, and including, having the communities have the ability to make their own maps. One of the things that I found with comparing scenario A and scenario 5 are the percentages and the representation. I feel that scenario 5 dilutes the voices of the African American community, students and voters of 2 or more races, and also the Asian community in terms of the numbers, the way that they're spread on trustee area 2 and also trustee area 3. I would have a concern with that, and also the Latino community, the percentages there. I feel like I have seen that scenario 5, and I've taken hours looking at these, that the percentage of Latinx, African American, 2 or more races, and Asian are well represented in trustee area 1, including the white population of voting age. Also, with trustee area 4, there's a fairly equal spread to me of these communities, not to only have, Latinos or African American and such, but to look at that in terms of good representation, and also the property values of these areas where you have renters, owner-occupied properties that are less value in compared to, for example, if you keep the east side and the west side together, in my experience, those properties are similar value. If you combine them, like the west side with the Mesa, the values are much higher, and so I feel like that is not representative, for example. And then also with Old Town, Isla Vista, and Elwood, scenario A best groups them so that, for example, like married student housing is kept together with the Isla Vista community, where we see both the diverse community and also graduate students that have, historically earned less, and they also make less money. So I feel like because of that, I do feel like scenario A best represents it. And I am also very pleased that many folks who were initially in favor of other scenarios have come and seen that in scenario A. So because of that, I do support it strongly. Can I ask for a motion to, on behalf of the district maps, or would you like more discussion?
Are you asking me? Oh, no, you can take the motion. Okay.
Yeah.
You can take the motion.
Okay, Ms. Ford?
Sorry, I'm not exactly sure if you would like me to make a motion to approve the resolution with the scenario that I want to add to it, or should I just make a motion to approve a scenario? Mr. Price.
I suggest that you make a motion to approve the resolution, which in draft I have numbered here 2021-22, number
Yes.
19.
Right.
And you have the resolution before you.
Yes.
And all you need to do in your motion is to include in the first item to be resolved that the board adopt scenario A.
Thank you. Board members, I'd like to make a motion, to adopt resolution number 2021-22-19 with the board hereby adopting scenario A for its proposal to establish by-trustee area elections with the trustee areas and sequence of elections described therein.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, board members, if you may, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Roll call, please.
Oh.
You have to do a roll call.
So do I call you one by one? Okay. Okay, Ms. Ford?
Aye.
Ms. Alvarez?
Aye.
I
Ms.
just,
Sims
thank you. I thank you for the roll call. I just want to, because I am about unified, and I certainly want a split vote here, at least my vote being in a sense that says that I'm not in support of, again, making sure that our students are represented, that we have good representatives on this board to represent all of our students with an understanding as a board member. We are supporting each and every one of our students, no matter where we come from in terms of the districts that we may be elected from. I do renew my concerns about the cost to do that. I don't know how the cost fits into how we then, now that we're in district areas that we're voting here, what that cost may still be a barrier to that. I think that's something very important for me. And I also think too, when we're looking at this and we want a good representation, is that I renew my suggestion that we have a free mandated board member training, because again, I think we can be the best representatives when we truly understand what it means to represent, having those skills behind us. So I will support the majority of this board because I'm about being unified in, again, being student-centered about the decisions that I make. So with that, I say aye to, with my comments to scenario A.
And myself, aye. Mr. Kelly?
With my advisory vote, I vote for this resolution. Aye.
Thank you, everyone. The motion passes unanimously.
Good, done.
Okay, now we will go to the action agenda, F, number 4, approval of resolution declaring February 7th through 11 National School Counseling Week.
I see that Dr. Wagenek has to, oh, there she is. Thank you, Dr. Wagenek.
All right. Good evening again, board. I am here not to give the budget review. You don't want me giving the budget. No, I'm very honored to bring you this resolution tonight. And once it's up on the screen, but in the meantime, I will tell you that I was a school counselor in our junior highs for a number of years, and it's like once a school counselor, I'm always a school counselor. They are my people, and they're a small but mighty group that do a lot of great work in this district. So, whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. And whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in schools, now therefore be it resolved that we declare February 7th through the 11th, 2022 as National School Counseling Week in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And board, I would like to ask you to consider approving this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wagenek. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item?
Thank you, President Munoz. We do have public comment. I will begin with Sheridan Rosenberg.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to add something. School counselors are crucial. There's no denying that they play a very important role. However, what you did by removing the campus SROs was egregious. You need to reverse that. They partner with those counselors to develop relationships with the kids. They are specially trained. Fran did a presentation toward the beginning of the evening about the horrible situation with the mental health of the students. I'm going to really throw out a theory that a lot of these kids have situations at home that are abusive, and the only safe person that they can turn to is the campus SRO, and you took that away from them. There is no reason that you should replace it with counseling. They should partner with them.
Excuse me?
Yes.
The comment needs to focus on this item.
It is. I am absolutely focusing on the need for both, not just one or the other, but the need for both. I'm sorry, my headset is not working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm absolutely on topic. They work in tandem. They work in partnership. And how many of those SROs that we've had, one in particular at San Marcos, was the only trusted person working with a counselor that a child who was abused at home or in a personal relationship had to
I'm going to need to interrupt you again. This resolution is about honoring our counselors.
It should be both. I think you should recognize the value of the SROs that provided counseling as well. It's both. It's both. And I really wanted to go on record as saying that. You took that away from these kids. And I think you should not only honor the counselors, but recognize the value of the counseling that the SROs provided. It was a valuable partnership, and it should be revisited and reversed.
Comment, please.
That's all I have.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Board members, any comments? Or Ms. Ford?
I'm really happy to make a comment. Thank you, Dr. Wagenek, for bringing this forward. Quoting from the resolution, full potential, career awareness, parental assistance, goal setting, partnerships, resources, and student success. The statements in the resolution are really important, but in some ways they barely scratch the surface on the contribution that school counselors make. As I'm sure I mention every year, my sister Elizabeth was a proud, passionate, highly skilled, and very hardworking high school counselor. And she, like so many of her counselor colleagues, also built lasting relationships with students and considered their needs and what they deserve above all. They had many courageous conversations, especially with teachers, and very often created the lifeline to keep kids in school and focused on their mental, emotional, and physical health and academic success. It's a really tough job. I'm so grateful to counselors and hope they understand our respect and esteem for them.
Okay, Ms. Alvarez?
I too am honored to have this resolution before us, and I want to acknowledge all the hard work that the counselors do. I don't think we can say enough words, we can express enough gratitude for all that they do, that what they represent for the students. We are so grateful to them, and this is a small recognition of all their work, and thank you very much for all that you do.
Yes. Ms. Sims-Moulton?
I echo the comments wholeheartedly. I appreciate the hard work that our counselors do. I know I am the result of a great relationship with a counselor who turned when I was facing like, you can't do this, you shouldn't be a part of this, but a counselor said, yes, you can, and you go forth. And so it's just those words that you hear from a counselor, that's someone that believes in you. And I just like to do a quote that I'll also be doing for my budget, but I think about this when we talk about counselors. It says, speak to your children as if they are the wisest, kindest, most beautiful, and magical humans on earth. For what they believe is what they become. And I think that is exactly what our counselors do. Thank you.
Yes, I certainly have also been a product of a counselor in high school, Mr. Kiernan, who made me believe in myself and know that I would have a future when, at times when I didn't have any much going on at home and at school and so forth. So I am totally indebted to the counselors that inspire and support our students every day of their lives. And thank you so much. Mr. Kelly.
I fully support this resolution, and I would just like to say I'm so grateful for my counselor. Currently, she's still shaping my life, and all the other students, super grateful for their counselors as well. Thank you, counselors, any that are watching. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was just going to mention a little story that I had with Mr. Kiernan way back in 1977. I asked him because I was going to go to City College and I wasn't sure, and then someone had proposed, my English teacher said, well, why not try a four-year college and so forth. And I was, my mom was single. We had like no money, and stuff, absolutely, like no money and so forth. And I said, Mr. Kiernan, what do I do? They're saying about this and I could apply for that and that. And he said, you know what? If you see an apple tree, these apples here you can get, you can reach. And he said, but the apples up there, they're going to be harder to attain, but why not go for that? And if that doesn't work out, these right here are still going to be there. And, I am forever grateful to him for seeing, helping me see that in words that I understood. So certainly support our school counselors and all they do every day. Fellow board members, yes, Ms. Ford?
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2021-22-20, declaring February 7th through 11th, 2022 National School Counseling Week.
Do I have a second?
I
Ms.
second.
Alvarez? Okay, board members, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, board. I want you to know that the school counselors is going to mean a lot to them, and I'll make sure that if they're not watching, that they do watch it. So it will mean a lot. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to F, number 5, Dr. Vecchio.
Good evening, Board President Munoz, board members, Superintendent Maldonado. I am really proud to bring this item before you. One of the really important parts of my job, something I find to be really important, is maintaining our good, productive, quality relationships with our labor partners. And I think this item is a representation of that, and I'll explain that in just a second. This item we've worked on with CSEA for about a month, a little bit over a month. With me, Kim Hernandez and Tara Wise, who's not here tonight. They work side by side with me to maintain that good relationship and actually work with CSEA and actually SBTA as well, just for the common interest that we have together, which is our employees and the standing of our employees. So I want to also thank Ken Rivas, our new Chapter 37 president for CSEA, Alex Austin, who's a paraeducator and has shown great leadership on the negotiations team, and also Jessica Gonzalez, who's our new labor rep out of the office in Glendale for CSEA. So the 6 of us worked on this item, and I'll summarize just a couple main features. I know I included a pretty detailed report for you. I'll summarize a couple of the main features of this proposal. One is the creation of a new classified position in the secretarial clerical job family. Currently the highest range in that job family is 40. We have about 75 ranges on the classified salary schedule, so that gives you a little bit of a perspective. This proposal actually creates a new classified job that is at range 50. The second part of this proposal is the reclassification of 2 of our positions, which are Administrative Assistant 3 positions, into this newly created Administrative Assistant 4 position. So those are the 2 main aspects of this. I included a job description as well, and that was negotiated through with CSEA as well. So, and we came to an agreement on those 2 items. With that, I will turn it over to the board for any questions that you might have before your consideration.
Okay, Ms. Trujillo, thank you, Dr. Vecchio. Ms. Trujillo, do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Ms. Alvarez?
First of all, Dr. Vecchio, thank you for doing this. Thank you to Mr. Rivas and Mr. Austin for doing this, for taking care of our employees. This is the right thing to do. We need to pay employees a fair wage, and we need to pay them for the work that they are doing. So I appreciate your work on this. And especially the budget impact is, it's something that I can live with. So thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
Okay, I think no further comments. Board, may I have a motion to approve this item?
I move that this item be approved as presented by Dr. Vecchio.
Second.
Okay, board members, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, this item passes unanimously.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Dr. Vecchio.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now it's on. So good evening, board members. It's been quite an emotional evening. I sat in the back and was just trying not to tear up a couple times. It's been quite an evening. And I so would have liked to see Fran present this budget to you. I think it would have been amazing. But you've got me. Okay, so here we are. In January, our governor always announces his proposed budget for the next year. And we see what the fiscal impacts are, if any, on Santa Barbara Unified. So it is a proposed budget because the governor is looking at where we are right here in the school year and trying to project next year, kind of keeping in mind how much money we anticipate having at the end of the year. So in January, we're trying to project for next year. Then what happens is we get a budget update in May, which is called the May Revise. And because at that point, we're really pretty close to the end of the year and we kind of have a better sense of how much money is going to be available for us to fund for education. So, and then at the very end of the year, by June 15th, we'll have the approved budget for next year. So between now and June 15th, there's a whole lot of negotiations that go on. We have, fiscal advisors, we have the legal analyst's office, we have a whole bunch of different groups that kind of really dive deep into this budget and try to figure out if there are things that maybe can be improved upon or maybe even changed. So as we look at it right now, we just kind of anticipate there are probably going to be some changes to it. So it's in the early stages, but it's really a good place for us to see what our governor is thinking, what his priorities are, what we kind of can see on the horizon as might happen in the next couple years. So next slide, please. So the question is, what is the state of our state? Well, the good news is the state's general fund is very strong. all the revenue sources, everything that funds our state, the income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, and corporate taxes are higher than were planned for. They're higher than we expected. The Legislative Analyst's Office estimates that there's going to be a $31 billion surplus. The governor's estimate is $21 billion, a little more conservative, but it's still in the high billions. And by the end of 22-23, there should be a total reserves of $25 billion. So, who would have believed in the middle of a global pandemic that all the revenue sources would be up in the state of California? So we are in a good place financially with the general fund. But so the emphasis on this proposed budget is on new state policies, one-time spending, building up the reserves, reducing spending obligations, but not paying down the PERS and STIRS. So if you remember in the last few budgets that we had, our governor decided that some money would be put towards paying down the PERS and STIRS amount that the employer has to pay. So this helps pretty much everyone that's in the PERS and STIRS situation. It helps our police departments, our fire departments. It helps schools. It helps all the schools across the state. But for some reason in this budget we don't have that. So we know that going into 22-23, we are going to have a jump up in the cost of PERS and STIRS just because we are not seeing that being paid down. So we also have some pretty big challenges for schools across the state, and we all kind of know what they are. COVID fatigue, we've got staffing shortages, unstable attendance, extensive energy going towards our safety protocols, declining ADA, increasing costs, and currently the inflation rate is at 7%, which is much higher than we've seen for a lot of years. Next slide, please. So when thinking about the money that is in this proposal that is going to be going towards education, it's important to understand what Santa Barbara Unified might receive in this proposal and what we will not. The governor allocates most of the educational funding in the LCFF, which is the local control funding formula. So this sets the bar of how much each district across the state is going to receive, and it's based on an average daily attendance for each school district, and that's called the entitlement. But since Santa Barbara Unified is a community-funded district, what this means is that we receive local property taxes that actually is higher than our entitlement. It's greater than our entitlement and the funding that the state would pay us to fund education, so we use the local property taxes instead. We don't use that entitlement. So what that means is in this proposal, when you have increases that are going to bump up the entitlement, we're not going to see any of that. So for example, next year there's a COLA increase. So COLA is your cost of living adjustment of 5.33%, which is a very healthy COLA increase. But again, that goes into the LCFF. We don't receive any of that money because we're using our property taxes. So it doesn't really affect us. But do remember that our costs have gone up, just like everywhere else. Remember that 7% inflation rate. So we're not getting the increase in COLA, which again is 5% versus the 7%. It doesn't even cover the cost of increases. But here at Santa Barbara Unified, we're not getting that COLA. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. The next question, I'm sure is on your minds, at least it was on mine, is how close are we to the entitlement? So we know that the entitlement's here and our property taxes is here. What's that difference? How close are we? Are we close? And the answer is we're not that close, which I know in past years we've kind of gone in and out. We're not there at this point. So prior to this proposed budget, our projections were that we would be $22 million over the entitlement. So the entitlement's here, our property taxes here, that difference is $22 million. I did the math and I calculated what the 5.33% COLA increase would be on our entitlement. It's about $3 million. So we're still $19 million apart. And in order for the state to pay money to bring us together, that 19 million, you'd have to imagine that they'd have to pay that 19 million across the state to every single school district. That's not going to happen. So we're safely in the community funded district level. All right, let's see. And this is based on our current property taxes projection, which we really don't know what those will be for this year. We won't know until the end of the year. So I'm anticipating, since property taxes across the state have gone up, ours might as well, too. Next slide, please. Okay, but the good news is we are going to get some additional funding if this proposed budget comes to pass. So, and so anytime you look at funding for within a proposal from the state, anything that's outside of the LCFF, that's usually the kind of funding that we would receive increases on. So here's the list of different areas that we're going to receive, we would receive funding on: after school education, career tech, a strong workforce, California Partnership Academies, and then we get to special education. And this is one place where we absolutely do get the COLA. So that's because special education is outside of LCFF. So the 5.33% increase on special ed means to us that the increase for this year per ADA, it's $715. It's going to go up to $820 per ADA. And for us, that's roughly about $200,000. It might be a little bit more, but I'm being conservative on that just because there's a couple other factors involved with the ADA. But that's we do expect to have an increase there. Child nutrition. We are seeing funding increases from both the federal and the state to provide 2 meals a day to any child who wants one. And that is just so amazing to me. Any child who wants food will get food. Talking about this is just another part of what a school district does to nurture our students. So currently the cost of each meal is more expensive than the funding we have been receiving. We do anticipate a contribution from ESSER funding, and we will be taking a very close look at that when we do our budget for next year. ELO, so that's the expanded learning opportunities. We are going to be getting some more ELO funding. Currently, the funding level at the state is $1.4 billion. It's projected to go up to $4.4 billion. So that's a pretty hefty increase. We will receive these funds, but there is some talk of changes in the allocation formula, and we are going to have to wait to see what that looks like in the trailer bill. Expanded school facilities programs. We've got some expanded facilities associated with the universal TK that we're also taking a look at. GAN limit, so this is a funny one. GAN limit was designed to keep per person government spending at the 1978-79 levels. It's just kind of a little obscure thing, right? So when the limit is surpassed for 2 consecutive years, the excess must be allocated between the taxpayer and the schools. So revenues likely did exceed the limit by $2.6 billion in the 2021 and the 21-22 fiscal years. So The proposals to address how this money is going to be allocated will be in the May revise. This would be one-time general fund, and we should see some of that money, but we'll just have to see how that all shakes out. And finally, there is money proposed for early literacy grants. And the way it was sort of talked about, it was not real clear as to whether or not we would get any of this money, so I asked the capital advisors to see if we would. And the answer is, there's nothing in the materials from the governor's office that precludes community-funded districts from receiving it. But there was some mention of, in quotes, high-need schools. So we'll just have to see how we would fit into that category or not. There will be some trailer bills coming out in a couple weeks, probably. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that's my last slide. I have one more thing to say that it doesn't have a slide. So we had some new information this week after these slides were put together, and I wanted just to talk about them quickly. There is one Senate bill, Senate Bill 830, that has been in the news, and I just want to address it here. The bill is requesting that school funding be changed instead of being by ADA to be by enrollment. So right now, the way that funding is allocated is based on your average daily attendance, which means, taking attendance and seeing which kids show up. If you do it by enrollment, it's based on how many kids are supposed to be in the class. So the numbers should be higher, obviously, because there will be some kids who don't show up. So the idea was that all schools should receive more funding based on this allocation. Except again, that we're community funded, which means ADA is not really the way we're funded. We're funded based on our property taxes. But there are some places where ADA or enrollment might be significant. And again, I'm thinking of special education. There may be some others as well that are based on ADA that we would get outside of LCFF, so there's a potential there. But I don't see that we would be really greatly impacted by that change as long as we're community funded. And then one more thing. Today we just received notice that we're going to be receiving an A through G grant that will be for 4 years, and it's looking like it's $1.1 million. So we will be bringing that back. We need to let you guys see it twice, so we'll be bringing it back at the next board meeting and then the one after that. So I think that's all I have to share.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments on this item, Ms. Trujillo?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. There's 4 things I've been worrying about. So you took one away, so thank you. I don't need to worry about the community-funded status anymore, so thank you. I do worry about the UTK, the Universal Transitional Kindergarten. And I'm wondering if you have any idea, and it's okay if you don't have numbers today, of what the possible impact could be to us, because as you know, we're not getting any additional funding, and the ratio is 12-1. So I'm concerned about, number one, the budget impact to us could be millions, I don't know. In addition, what about our facilities? So I'm really interested in, when you come back, maybe next board meeting or at second interim, that you give us an update on that.
Yes.
And then also the other thing I worry about is that even though our special ed funding is increasing, which is always welcome, it's still not fully funded. And that's work that we still have to do at the legislature level to say we're not fully funded. We still need more. And then the other one was the universal meals. I think it's of course excellent. And I'm still wondering what's the gap between our cost and the reimbursement. So if you can bring that at second interim, that'd be great.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Ms. Sims Moten.
I guess because we're sitting next to each other, those are my points as well. So, hey, oh, sure, yeah. I was fly on your pad. So, so I'm just nodding those things down, that's so. But first, I just want to say thank you for a very energetic, fiscal presentation. That's something to anticipate well, you're like at the end of the day, oh, no, about the numbers, but that was very energetic. I need to acknowledge that.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to acknowledge sometimes, I had the opportunity to speak with Lacey and, and Ms. Hernandez when we were going over the audit. I know you're bringing that next time, but we were just reminded that I said, I'm going to drop off some mounds and almond joys because sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. So I just, want to appreciate the process that it takes to be this energetic at the end. So you answered all of my questions with regards to that, because I was concerned about the staffing that may be having to increase because of the mandated TK coming on, the facilities that we may need to do.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to hearing how that will be. And I'm not sure where you're hearing, so what's happening with early care and education, how now that TK is coming, a lot of the teachers who have gotten their bachelor's degree to be in the early care and the preschool are coming to more school districts. So we're kind of creating this ripple effect, if you will, between the two. And so that's almost kind of like you're fighting against, the very things. It's important to have the early care and folks with degrees as much as we support to get there. But yet, because this now need, with the mandated, transitional
Correct.
kindergarten and the pay differential too. So that's just something to think about. I don't know how that impacts us in terms of, because we do have preschools. And so just something to think about as we're now having a mandate to do transitional kindergarten.
Yes, thank you.
Similar concerns and so forth, but Ms. Hernandez also, thank you for making it so it's understandable.
Oh, good, thank you.
To the general public and to myself, thank you so much.
Good. I think I missed the part about, I was going to talk about the universal TK, and I think I missed it when I was doing, but absolutely, it's one of those items that we are mandated to do, but we don't receive additional funding for. So we are going to be looking at that. We are in the process of looking at staffing right now. We are in the process of looking at facilities right now, and also, figuring all that out. So.
And I would just add, as First Five, we have the early learning planning grants that are here that might be something to consider, because again, these are 4-year-olds, and so that's within that purview of funding that First Five does. So that's something to think about. How do we collaborate that with knowing that we don't have the funding to the school districts, but while they're within that piece, and that's in the purview from, birth to 5, what other funding that we could, collaborate and get with regards to that, both in terms of the expansion needs for facilities as well, because oftentimes what's coming down is that from our state there's dollars that we can draw down from the state First Five, that knowing that this is coming forth, how do we do that?
Oh,
with
that's excellent.
regards, so something I'll be to be talking about with you as well.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Hernandez. Okay, we're going to, look at, next we're going to look at coming events.
Yes, thank you, President Munoz. Just a couple events that I want to mention that you can go on the website for Juneteenth, JUNETENTHSB.org, which will list the virtual and in-person upcoming events for the month of February. And also there on February 26th for a Black History Month event featuring historically Black college and university affair. This will be for students grades 6 through 12, and parents are welcome. You can register at info@gatewayeducationalservices.org. So that's an event that's come from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And it's going to be, and also community college students are welcome as well. So our local students are here. So those are other activities that are upcoming. And I will maybe just send those out just as a reminder if you didn't get the website today.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for coming events? Okay, future agenda items. Oh, okay, going once, going twice. Okay. The next board meeting will be on Tuesday, February 22nd at 5:30 p.m. And at this time, the board will go back into closed session. And we'll do that. Thank you.